got a power and a force that you've never seen before. They've got the ability to morph and to even up the score. No one can ever take them down. The power lies on their side. Go, go, Power Rangers! Go, go, Power Rangers! Go, go, Power Rangers! You mighty morphin' Power Rangers! Those Power Rangers! You know they're Power Rangers! Power Rangers. Dum. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Are you having a Merry Jankmas time? I just realized I'm still probably echoey. Give me one moment. No stream announcement in the Discord today. I thought I did put on the stream announcement. What the heck? Did I forget? Oh. I wrote it and I forgot to hit enter. I've got to hit enter before I do anything. I forgot. It's the final Quantal. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I was thinking I was originally just going to do more Christmas music, but I'm like, I'm tired of Christmas music, man. It's the same songs every time. I played the, 3 I liked the first day. I don't want to play anymore. And then I found a Christmas rendition of the Power Rangers theme song, which I'm not sure if they'll copyright claim it. I played a little bit at the end. I sung there. Maybe singing over it makes it so they won't claim it. Only time will tell. Yeah, if you look up, it's a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers - Christmas Orchestra theme song, epic holiday cover. Which it seems like someone actually took the time to sit down and redo it with, just using, they took the original Go-Go Power Rangers and they added, chimes and bells and a bunch of sounds you traditionally associate with Christmas. And it was 10 minutes long, so I just played that in the background the whole time to see how many people would notice it. I will say, unfortunately, I looked up, I was like, I seem to remember having, a Power Ranger Christmas, VHS when I was a little kid. I wonder if they had, a specific, it's a Power Rangers Christmas kind of song. And the answer was no. But if you look it up, you will see a whole bunch of AI things of people this is what a Christmas song would be like if we made one. Huh. That's weird. Why does that make me glowy like that? That makes me transparent. Jason the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Gotta move that over a little bit. Now you can see Critter. Ah yes, the only Power Rangers media to directly mention Jesus, did they? You know, most of the original music for the Power Rangers was composed by one guy. Yeah, Ron Wasselman. I think that's his name. Something like that. Can you give Critter a squeeze for me? Only if you can spell his name right. It's Critter with a K. Critter with a C. Those are the little, like, hedgehog things from that 80s movie. Santa Claus is indeed real in the PR canon and has been met and helped by multiple teams. My bad. Autocorrect. Critter. Critter, thanks you. Oh, very, very festive greeting, Critter. I'm glad you could be so inclusive and mention so many holidays. Yes, of course, except Festivus. That's just a shitpost. That one doesn't count. I've been binge watching Red Stitch Report since you mentioned it in the other stream. Ah. I assume you liked it, since you watched more than one episode. I feel like that first episode was like especially rough. I didn't know exactly what I was in for, because Lamp explained that we were going to be insurance agents who were trying to solve the mystery of a guy who was claimed dead. And so I made a character assuming we would be like investigating things. You know, I gave him a lot of like out of combat powers. And so when a professional wrestler with a minigun jumped through the window and attacked everyone, I was thoroughly unprepared. I wasn't expecting the car chase. I wasn't expecting the showdown in the junkyard. It was a lot more chaotic and combat orientated than I was expecting. Wait, that sounds so peak. Yeah. Ripped all the Richards out there. I gotta watch that. It's pretty good. Cregor manages to come back a little bit later. If you don't know, Red Stitch Report, that's the RPG I played with Surprise Round, where they have their own system called, I think it's called the Epithet system. It's their own like universe where not every person, but a lot of people are born with certain words carved into their soul, and those words give them like superpowers and kind of dictate their personality. And the create a character process involves what was it? Because in the universe you don't get to choose your word. You gotta like just roll with whatever you've been dealt. But there's a little more freedom in character creation. In character creation, you roll. They have a random word generator that'll generate 5 words, and then you get to pick one that becomes your epithet, and then you gotta make your character around that. And because we were, like, I thought we were detectives, I picked storage. My character, Cregor, his whole thing was like, his pockets and his coats were infinite. Technically, I think the way his powers worked was like, any unseen place was technically affected by his powers. He could reach up his sleeve. He could reach into like a mailbox he had never seen before. As long as someone couldn't see his hand, he could access his pocket dimension, which was full of all sorts of like useful stuff. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'll go in there, and like in the first episode, because I thought we were going to be detectives, the pocket dimension, like, it contained one gun, and then it was like a wrench in case we need to solve mechanical problems. There was like a crowbar in there. There was like water. There was like med kits, a flashlight, rope, just a whole bunch of like generically useful tools where I was like, oh, in this situation there's a locked door, and then Cregor just like reaches into his coat and pulls out a crowbar. And then when it turned out, like, after the first episode, I was like, okay, I'm going to get rid of everything except for the toolbox, the med kits, and can I just have, like, C4? Can I have grenades? Can I have a bigger gun? I want a shotgun. I want I want dual pistols. Mine would be the... I don't think the can be, properly crafted. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants okay? He's okay. That's so last week. You're already behind, proud boy. Proud boy, cat boy. The new hotness is slurm music. Gotta listen to some slurmcore. Let's see. Slurmcore tub thumping. Here you go. Wimmy wham wham wazzle, baby. Get down, fuck, then we go get down, fuck, then we go get down, fuck, here we go. Oops, that's the wrong one. Slurmcore tub thumping. Sounds like the DK rap, but all the words are in alphabetical order. It's got a little bit extra. What was your favorite Power Ranger series? The only one I ever watched was the Mighty Morphin. I watched like the first season of that because I was a little kid at the time. And then I think I was into Power Rangers when I was like 5 or 6. And then by the time I was 7, I learned to read really well, and then I got really into like Goosebumps and then Animorphs. This kind of slaps. I'll have to add this to the playlist. There's a lot of Slurmcore that's pretty good. I really like the one for Funky Town. Slurmcore Fireflies is pretty good. Virtual Insanity works pretty well. I love Goosebumps. Did you watch the show? Yeah, but the show was pretty disappointing. Are You Afraid of the Dark was better. And Are You Afraid of the Dark was pretty hit or miss at times. The Goosebumps books were like, or the Goosebumps show was like all miss. There's like, I think the only good episode is The Haunted Mask, right? And all the rest of them suck. Every like a Goosebumps story is either too simple and down to earth to be interesting, unless you're in the characters' heads because it's like psychological horror, or it would require a budget that like a show like that would not have. Like you could not make like Monster Blood or Beast from the East into an accurate like Goosebumps episode. You should give Super Sentai a try. Yeah, like I said, if you missed the first couple episodes or the first couple streams, I did a lot of research into Super Sentai and got really into like looking into it. And I was almost going to watch. I was like, maybe I should give one of these a try, one of the more modern series. And then I watched like a review of like a season. And just seeing like the quality of acting and the kind of stories, and more importantly, how many goddamn episodes there are in a season, I was like, you know what? No, I think I'll pass. This is clearly like a show for kids. It's got some neat stuff going for it, but I feel like the ideas themselves are more interesting than actually watching the show. Have you ever watched The Twilight Zone? Yeah, of course. Yeah, you have to have that mindset. And that's the thing, right? Is like I find it really difficult to get invested in like a kid show. Kamen Riders for you. I don't know. But it still seems very like it's just too cheesy for me. Like I guess that's the other thing. Like if you think that like people posing is like really cool, then that would work. But I can't think of a piece of media I like where like posing and like long transformation sequences, like they just completely take me out of it. It's Jankmas with Liberator Eto in the background is very fitting. A slightly underrated OTK, cool. Yeah, I got to use it We recorded the newest episode of Genesis Apocalypse today, and I included that in my deck. Unfortunately, I didn't get to summon it. Linkara, yeah, I watched a lot of those, but Linkara's History of the Power Rangers comes out so infrequently. You know, it's done when it's done. So it's like, I binged all of them that existed, and then it was like, when's the next one? Who fucking knows? So I haven't gone back and watched it. I can't remember where I was. Maybe I have to binge the whole series again. Not a fan of JoJo's, are you? No, I'm not. JoJo, again, it's not such, I haven't actually sat down and watched it, but it just seems, I don't know, it's really hard to explain, chat. When I was a kid, I really, really liked Dragon Ball Z. And then the older I got, the less I liked it. And the thing was, even at the time, Dragon Ball Z, I felt like didn't indulge in the silliness of like shonen anime and like action cartoons as badly as a lot of its contemporaries did. They at least tried to make the transformation sequences be really dramatic. It's not like Saint Seiya where they're like, and here we go, and then the thing happens and they transform. And so it's like, if it's anything goofier, like, I don't like Dragon Ball Z anymore. I tried to watch like a little bit of Super and just instantly bounced off of it. It's like, it doesn't feel serious to me. It's hard to get invested in the characters. It's like, I can get invested in animation. I can get invested in like goofy stories. But for some reason it's got this, I don't know, maybe I have to sit down and like analyze why I dislike it so much. But the fact of the matter is, I just like completely bounce off of it. I can't get invested. And so anything sillier than Dragon Ball Z or as silly as Dragon Ball Z is just like a no-go. Super was dreadful. Super was fine. It's totally fine to enjoy a show intended for children. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like, I've especially in the recent years, I've decided like, I'm not gonna let like societal expectations dictate what I like. Because when I was younger, I really, really liked Linkin Park. And I kind of ended up not listening to them because so many people were just like, oh, it's just edgy, oh, it doesn't mean anything. And then, especially with their latest album, I was like, no, actually, you know what, there's more of a core. As much as people complain about the edginess of Linkin Park, there was some heart and soul to it that they didn't get credit for. And I'm not going to not listen to them just because, people will be like, crawling in my skin. I'm trying to think. I know there's like children's shows and like goofy stuff that I like. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Recently, if you missed the Blueprint streams, I was talking about The Amazing Digital Circus, which is one of those shows that is like clearly not made for me. And has, it has one of those fan bases, if you know, you know, where it's just like, you almost don't want to, like, you don't want to be like, oh yeah, I like The Amazing Digital Circus. Oh, Skibbity Toilet, that's the better example I should think of. Because almost no one likes Skibbity Toilet. But like, I enjoyed Skibbity Toilet, I thought it was fine. Is that the series with the clown girl? Yeah, it's got a clown girl. It's got Undertale syndrome. That's the best way to put it. I guess, and I'm an outsider. I've never had a Tumblr. I've never scrolled Tumblr. I don't know anything about Tumblr. But The Amazing Digital Circus strikes me as a very Tumblr show. It's very much like all the people who like it are they're making fan art of all their characters. It's all about like the various pairings and the shipping. It's all about like, oh, here's my character, and I like to believe that they have like this backstory and this mental illness, and wouldn't that give them so much drama? Theory crafting. There's some theory crafting in there too. I don't know, I almost feel bad because, like, you know, if you have depression or you have bipolar and you see a character, you see yourself represented in media, like, that's perfectly fine or whatever. But there is this, especially, you see this in, like, fan fiction, and I feel like it goes into Tumblr, where someone's like, you know, I'm a lesbian, I haven't seen a whole bunch of lesbian representation in fiction, so you latch onto a character and you're like, they are a lesbian, and then you write a whole bunch of fan fiction and stuff about it. And it's like, that's fine, you know, you do you, but I have zero interest in it. Owl House, Steven Universe. I feel like Steven Universe was a little bit different. I don't know anything about Owl House. It's one of those things where, like, on the one hand, you know, I don't want to come down too hard on that kind of person or that kind of thing, because at the end of the day, like, it's harmless. You know, I'm not gonna, like, put someone down or say they're cringe for doing that, but it's not me. It's not who I am. I've never really been all that invested in, like, characters and creating fan fiction. I'm much more interested in, like, creating my own original characters. See, I'm the kind of guy where, for example, if I was gay or whatever, and I saw a character and I was like, ooh, that's a really good character, and they kind of lean towards him being gay, and I would love to see a story where that kind of character had to deal with, like, the societal expectations of being gay in that situation. Instead of making fan fiction about that character, I would write my own original character who has the qualities I like from that, but I would write the story from the ground up to be about, like, the actual themes I want to talk about, instead of shoehorning the themes into a show that already exists. And granted, it's harder to, the thing about that kind of lifestyle, or that kind of perspective, is, like, as a result, I have, like, 10 or 11 stories that are my own, that, like, if you get me on the topic, I will sit down and talk to you about all the lore for all the original characters and all the stories I've written. But it's really hard to make any kind of community, to really, like, talk to people, because no one really wants to talk about your original thing. You know, I've been putting out The Legend of Lefty, like, hardly anyone has watched that. No one really cares. But if I wrote The Legend of Lefty as, like, a dark, subversive Legend of Zelda, like, fan fiction, I could get, like, 8 times the audience, I feel like. Because that's what a lot of the Legend of Lefty was, taking stuff I wanted from Zelda and then twisting it, taking it from the ground up. That's kind of what the name is, like, a reference to. But instead I just made my own original thing. And as a result, I think it's much cooler, because it's not shoehorning Zelda and Link into the thing I want. Instead, it's built from the ground up, and they've just got elements of those series and those games reimagined into my own thing. Zelda live-action movie coming at some point? Yeah. I love The Legend of Lefty. Well, thank you, Mari. Oh, I get it, because Link is left-handed. No, it's the reason I named it The Legend of Lefty is twofold. And it's funny because neither of them are really important anymore. But originally it was much more comedic. Like, it's still kind of a comedy, but originally it was much more silly. And so I wanted the acronym for it, like if you shortened it, to be LOL. So Legend of Lefty. But League of Legends is already LOL, so that doesn't really do anything. And then as it went on, I wanted to add more and more, like, actual character motivations. So it became less and less silly as time went on. And then also there was going to be a thing where the different countries, the different cities, all the characters were going to have their own, like, accents. They're all kind of, like, vaguely based off of, like, real-world countries. Oh wait, no, that got erased, but that was, that has nothing to do with it being Legend of Lefty. Zoinks! Lols. Oh yeah, I get it. No, the other thing was originally was going to be what was it? I had it and then I lost it. I haven't thought about this in a while because it got... Oh, yeah. That was going to be the thing. Originally, there was a lot more... Because it was a lot sillier, there was a lot more wordplay. And so one of the things was going to be... Like, you know how the word right means both, like, the right side of your body, it's a direction, but it can also mean correct. You know, you can be right or you can be right-handed. So right-handed almost means, like, correct-handed. And so the joke was going to be in Lefty's village... They used the word left to mean wrong. So right and left in both meanings were opposites. You know, you have your right and your left. You have your correct and your wrong. And then Lefty was right-handed, but everyone else in his village was left-handed. And so he was using the wrong hand. So they named him Lefty, even though he used his right hand. I really do love how you voice your characters. It gives them such depth. It's so... I'm glad it worked out that way. One of the things I talked about at the development of Legend of Lefty was the first draft had almost no dialogue between the characters. And that's because the entire story is meant to be someone's telling you the story. They do some voices or whatever. But because I knew I was going to have to read it, and I didn't think I could do good voices, I didn't want to have to perform these different voices. I thought I was a really bad actor, and so I cut it out. But every time I sent someone the rough draft, they were always like, I love these interactions with the characters. I love when they talk with each other. You need to do more of this. So I buckled down, and on subsequent drafts, I added more and more dialogue. And as a result, I have to, like, act against myself and do a whole lot of voices. And I wasn't sure how well that would turn out. Gotta love my boy Rongy. Yeah. And yeah, this is just, you know, like I said earlier, if you get me talking, yapping about, like, my original stories, I will be able to go forever on, like, the creation and the lore and the world and everything. It's just hard to get me, it's just hard to get people invested on that because, you know, Mari's there. He's interested because he's listened to the entire thing. Most of y'all are probably just like, can we play the Yu-Gi-Oh? Can we do the Yu-Gi-Oh thing? And yeah, we can. We might talk about the amazing digital circus later, though. What the heck? Do I have another pending friend request? From Duelist Unite. I need to leave that fucking server. It's so sad. I've been mentioning this. I've been getting a whole lot of, like, friend requests lately from people that are like, oh, hey, how's it going? And I assume they're, like, a fan who wanted to talk to me. And then they always, like, ask me about commissioning art with, like, some sob story. And it's always like, you have one server in connection with them, and it's the Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega server. So for whatever reason, that server is infested with bots or scammers. Well, maybe I should just leave it so they stop asking me. I do art on Discord, yeah. You did great with Lefty. Well, thank you. I need to get back into writing it again, but with Genesis and the holidays coming up, I've just been taking... Plus, I was working so hard to get it out by October that, like, I kind of burnt myself out on it a little bit. Not enough that I can't finish it, but I need to go back. Okay. Real quick... Before we begin, though, there is one more piece of housekeeping we need to do, Chad. Where's it at? Discord. You get to see into the Hardleg patrons-only Discord. If you don't know... The time has come to bid farewell to Jankmas. The January 2020... Oh, I put the wrong date in there. 1 second. Edit message. January 2026 ladder climb begins. Okay. Yeah, we're voting for what next month's ladder climb will be. If you're a $10 or higher patron, the votes are open now. And our options are Archmage, Man/Odeon, whatever you want to call it, Valmonica, Dinosaur, Sky Striker, Lunalight, Gate Guardian, Draco Tail, Azamina, Rescue Ace, Regenesis, Punk, Tachyon, Chimera, Dragon Maid, and Speedroid. 16 things to choose from. What support did Dinosaur to get to be considered? Am I missing something? Well, that's the thing in general. It's, so, a little bit of history. Last year, around late 2024, we had we had an episode, I think it was the Goaty one, where, like, I realized that power creep had expanded so quickly that playing in Diamond with anything other than, like, a top 20 deck was just not feasible. And I said we had two options. We can either increase the power level of the decks, or we can start doing more Jankmas stuff, where we start at a lower rank on alternate accounts and then rank up. And people said it would be much better. We had like a vote, and the patrons said they would much prefer to do higher level decks. Unfortunately, the general audience did not agree. Because, and granted, it could just be that Master Duel in general is less popular, but all through 2025, we played much more higher level, higher power decks, and we got significantly less views. And on almost every episode, I got comments from someone who was like, why are you playing this meta deck? I already know it can reach Master, I don't care. I wish you would play more jank. I wish you would play something that wasn't this easy. Even though, if you saw those episodes, no climb was easy. Even if you play competitive decks, you still have there's still a lot of fun you can do. But that's not the general perception from most people who play Yu-Gi-Oh! And especially more casual players. They want to see goofy shit. So we've decided in 2026, we're just throwing the gauntlet off. It is better to be miserable and play like a bad deck than to have a good time playing a good deck. At least that's what we're thinking. So that's what we're doing this time. For 2026, I'm just like, every month is Jankmas. We're just gonna play shit, and if we have a bad time, we have a bad time. We just gotta go in knowing that it's awful. They just like watching people suffer. What can I say? They want it to be frustrating. Maybe. Possibly. So that's why stuff like Dinosaur, why stuff like Gate Guardian, why stuff like Chimera, Speedroid, all of this stuff would not be allowed in, like, earlier this year. But now it's whatever. We're doing anything. But in part of this process, the voting, if you don't know, it's a 3-part process. First, people get to suggest what decks they want. They can ask questions. Then, we have people can tell us why we should vote for what we vote for. And because I feel like not many people read this before they vote, I want to take some time on stream to go over everyone's arguments. Why you should vote for each deck. The votes aren't actually locked in and won't be locked in until tomorrow, so you can change your vote until then if you're seeing this. So let's see. Uber Super Sloth says, Sky Strikers isn't a boring combo deck and actually involves a fair amount of skill to pilot, and there's a fair bit of variance that you can build. Like, makes sense. Dinos are cute. And then they've got a little dinosaur with a party hat, which I can't argue with. Hard to argue with that. skill in Sky Strikers. I mean, the Sky Strikers are a toolbox. You know, you got Engage, and Engage can search a whole bunch of stuff. One of the things I often say when we face against a bad Sky Striker player is like, all they know how to do is linkage and engage. They just keep adding those two cards and hope that it wins them the game. And it's like, you could tear apart boards, you could be getting recursion, you could be getting more Widow Anchors, you could be doing so many things, you have so many options, and they just refuse to acknowledge those other options. So I think it would be nice to play Sky Striker and like show them how it's done. Not that I'm an expert, but I feel like I could become an expert pretty easily. Why Lunalights? The cards are pretty. It's an anime deck. On Arc V, but still. A Pseudo Towers is something we haven't seen on the channel in some time. I do have to stop you there, you know, I don't usually argue with the patrons, but like, we're playing Super Quants this month. A Pseudo Towers is like exactly what we've been seeing. We've been making great Magnus Claws like the whole time. A fun counter could be reading when the opponent doesn't read Liger and tries to affect it. It's post Jankmas, so we usually go for more meta. Yeah, this would be a more powerful deck. That's the one thing you could say. Is like, last month we played a Towers deck that was bad. And then next month we're playing a Towers deck that is good. You'll have twin Towers. Think of all the bad taste jokes you could make. It's been a while since we've done a fusion deck. I'm trying to think what would be the last fusion deck we did, chat. Let's see. Hardleg, Ladder Climb, Glad Beasts, Gem Knights. Yeah, so once again, Slash. I was like, wait. Yeah, we've done Super Quant, Mitsurugi, Gem Knights. So we've done Gem Knights, and before that we did Gladiator Beasts. So it was 2 in a row, and it wasn't that long ago. We also did Melodious earlier this year. Did we play one of each? Let me think. This month we did a Pendulum deck because we played the Sleepy Girl deck, Nemluria. White Forest is Synchro. Melodious is Fusion. Magical Musketeers with Fiendsmith is Link. Goblin Bikers is Ixie. Crystron's is Synchro. Mimighoul is Ixie. And Mitsurugi is Ritual. Is that all of them? Yeah, I think we hit all of them. It's time for Synchros or Pendulums. Yeah, the closest you could say, we didn't really play a Pendulum deck, but there's not a lot of Pendulum decks. I guess, Melodious is also kind of a Pendulum deck. No Gemini deck this year, sad. What's a Pend deck you could even play now? Valmonica. Let's see. Hardleg can wear some theater masks. I'm not sure if that's a pro. Big numbers go burr. You can't go wrong with big numbers go burr. Gotta agree with that. Gate Guardian is not, nor has it ever been, a meta deck. But you know what it is? A big bungler that hits really hard and negates thrice. Which I think is really neat. Yeah. Gate Guardian, not good. Probably hard to build at this point, but, you know, if you want to see Gate Guardian. Archmage! It's a deck that is being extremely overlooked from the newest pack, but it's got a lot of cool stuff going for it. Very consistent combo. Littera is an incredible card for the grind game, not only adding back on summon, but returning herself to the hand to summon from the yard. When is the last time you played a trap deck? July, we played Argo Stars. We're able to play Secretarion Dragon, thanks to Littera and Graflair, which helps against the big bad of Draco Tail. Finmel is a permanent negate, which a lot of people don't realize since the attack drop. Yeah, Archmage seems neat. It's like a combo deck. It fusions. I like it. I'll also go to bat for Odeon. Trap deck with trap monsters. Unironically run both Dominus negates. See the potential return of certain stars from a previous Jankmas run as synergy. Except that would be on the main deck and not the Jankmas deck, so we wouldn't have the Argo stars. DM era deck can bring in viewers. Fairly easy prop, a cloak. Yeah, I could just wear a cloak. I could also get temporary tattoos and put them on my face. That would be funny, right? Kumi saying, I am once again asking for your support of Speedroids. These fast toys pull off crazy plays. They have so much gas, and don't typically require hard commitment until after baiting traps. You can typically make a negate like Barone without using your normal summon, and then move to far more interesting plays with the deck's innate toolkit and finish them off with an insane dragon boss monster. The Post Malone Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream, yeah. Okay, so folks, I've made the case for Valmonica before. I'm going to keep trying 10 times over. Versatile deck with flexible plays. Pairs well with level 4s or Fiendsmith. Penned deck that doesn't need to pen summon, just needs the scales to exist. They also count as controlling a Valmonica monster for your trap cards. I don't know why, but they do. Angel and Devil skits Joe could do throughout the climb. Strong but minimalistic endboard. Doesn't need to play heavily into Fua or Maxi to end on a Change of Heart, Destruction Protection, 2 Compulse, plus MST or an Imperm. Easy access to Underworld Goddess if required and isn't super tight for extra deck space. Tech cards from World Lance to Reborn Tango to Spooky Dogwood. Many a thing as long as you're willing to try it. All the support is in the game and the deck is so much fun. It does rely on multiple cards to get going. That's probably a downside, really. Yeah, it's not going to be as powerful, but compared to some of the other things people are doing, like Gate Guardian, Valmonica's better than that. And because we played Jankmas on the Jankmas account, we will be starting in Platinum next month. So that gives us some room to, like, I think Valmonica could tear up Platinum. It's going to be Diamond where things get hard. Regenesis has a very neat resource loop. You pop an effect during opponent's turn, and then you get it back during the end phase. All the Regenesis have 25 attack and defense. Any monster on board can be turned into Typhon instead of having to choose your strongest soldier. Their boss gets 5,000 attack with piercing. Regenesis can get on board so long as there's a monster with 2,500 in their stat line. This includes your opponent board. That means Lava Golem can get your ball rolling. Any 25 stat line has synergy with Regenesis. Kashtira Unicorn, Dogmatica, Nemlyria. We can have a Jankmas run back, except those are on the wrong account, but, you know, I get the idea. Every turn, just the monsters alone get you a back row banish, a monster bounce, a search, and an Omni negate. Nothing in-house except Lord, and a guy who isn't in Master Duel yet is a Bestial target, so it plays around Bestials. Really simple game plan that puts guys on the board. No complicated combo spreadsheet or flowchart. Oh, and if your guys get banished, they have a way to recover from that. They have a continuous trap that lets you send Regenesis Book of Moon, effectively a search. Or you can set a trap to your graveyard to bring back any other number of Regenesis guys from graveyard or banishment. What if they don't have anything with 2,500? Then we Lava Golem them. We Lava Golem them because we don't use our normal summon anyway because all of our guys are really big statted. And then they have a 2,500 on their board and we can summon all our things. Don't we want complicated though? That's up to you! I want to again push for Dragon Maid with somewhat altered arguments as it is no longer Jankmas. Pros. Dragon Maids have no permanent locks. It's a type non-contact fusion effects, only locking you for those effects into Dragon fusions, and there's still quite a lot of good options, including Branded. The only cards needed are Albaz and the fusions. The deck always runs spheres, so it can be summoned on your opponent's turn. Yeah, you get Albaz and then fusion with their shit. The new Draco Tail. If we really get hard locked, we can just add Draco Tail into the Dragon Maid. It's a way to like stealth play Draco Tail without actually playing Draco Tail. Easy Bestial synergy, which helps fight against the Draco Tails. Cons, it's definitely a somewhat weaker archetype. Prop idea. Joe in a maid costume. Honestly, that's probably, for some people, the best reason to play it. Draco Maids, all the waifus put together. Monocrown says Chimera is neat, often hailed as a very fun deck. Many people are saying this. Many options in a pure illusion turbo. Azamina, Fiendsmith, Branded, even Draco Tail. The deck on its own is mid-range with many options, low to the ground, play the grind game with many options to play decently under max C. Perhaps a bit outdated, but flexible. I can only second everything Sonic said for Valmonica and would speak for it had a good job not already been done, especially the tech cards. A quick word on some of the other options. There are many different ways to build Sky Strikers. I don't think I've seen anyone seriously use their Link 3 or 4, and it would be neat to see that card hit in Master. Gate Guardian works with cash, nostalgia, best floating in the game, contact fusion, biggest Marshmallow who doesn't care about monsters or most spells. Go first, set up negates. Go second, OTK. It's janky. How sexy of a maid costume will you get? Not very. Regenesis. I can only imagine the build variety is immense. Have you seen the number of monsters with 2500 attack or defense? Good recursion, low to the ground strategy. Loses horribly to Max C. Fubulos does nothing. Tachyon. Cool space dragons. Plus we get another redo of a previous ladder climb, if only tangentially. Rank 8 plays go for a variety of boards to OTK, including Tachyon OTK with Galaxy Satellite, Neo Prime Photon, etc. You also have access to using Light and Darkness dragons. Can be mixed with Horus, Galaxy, Photon for cool stuff. You can even go into Trickstar or Ryziel for funny Galaxy Photon dragon plays. Mitsurugi works with the deck, being able to get out of level 8. Gives Mitsurugi a stronger OTK line without needing to rely on prayers, stronger first turn boards. The Draco Tail cards, you can go for a variety that makes extensive use of Secretarion Dragon to set up a standard Tachyon end board. Due to dragon typing, can be mixed with other strong dragons like Bestials, funny counter trap, clock-themed costumes or hats. Due to the naming conventions, you can go for a physics scientist look. Blind second Pearly, that's not on the list. And yeah, that's all the arguments that have been made. So now you know, now you have an idea. Again, if you're a $10 patron, you can go vote. If you're not yet a $10 patron and you would like to be one, there's still time to join. The vote will be going all weekend. There's a Trickstar version that lets you play Dimension Shifter. Interesting. The counter trap is insane. I want to build the deck purely to use it once or twice. Yeah, if you there, you know, it's up to you. Also, hi again. Hi. How's it going? We claiming the dual pass? As for the deck, maybe I should have spent some time looking at it. Chad, I'm not really sure what we change up. We're on almost the minimal engine. We could maybe remove one more Zaytan and play one more hand trap. There's been a lot of suggestions for like different extra deck cards we can make, but usually our problem is we get stopped before we get to the extra deck. Do you have a deck in particular on your list you're looking forward to? Anything upcoming you want to build? Archmage looked neat. What was it? Archmage and Odeon both looked neat. And then I watched a couple people play Odeon, and now Odeon seems less neat. I still think Trap Monster deck would be fun. I think there's a lot of stuff we can do with it. It's obviously very powerful. But it seems like it relies a lot more on like Floodgates and the particular hand traps like the Dominus cards to make it good. And I'm worried like Archmage seems really neat. It's one of those things I'd like to mess around with, but it's entirely possible that my read of the deck is wrong and it's just a super linear combo deck that dies super hard to max C and you can't do anything and it just becomes very boring. But it looks neat. It looks neat. It's one of those ones I would like to try. I'm just not sure if it's like actually good. Crystron, we played that this year already. I always like Lunalight, although we've already played an OTK deck and a Fusion deck, but I always like Lunalight. Draco Tail does seem fun, even if it's meta. I would like to play like Draco Tail. The Azamina stuff looked really cool. We played White Forest without the Azamina, so it'd be neat to go back and play the other half of it. Since I already have all the White Forest stuff, we could also add that in later on. Still always like to look at Rescue Ace, because CB Radio plays that, and then I would have a better idea of how to do it, and maybe put out an episode that he would actually watch. Regenesis seems cool. Punk seems cool. And the rest, there's nothing on here that I'm like, that looks awful. I'm not sure what I would do with Gate Guardian, but I could figure something out. Dinosaur, there's so much stuff you could do with Dinosaur. It's so open-ended. Hungry Burger updated? Yeah, but no one selected that one. The main monster just chills there. Ugh. This onesie is not the most comfortable thing. Pop the baby, etc. Have you tried Rose Dragon? No. Did they get new support yet? I know they're getting some new support. They did, but it's not in the game yet, yeah. I remember messing around in the What-A Deck days with Rose Dragons when they got like their second wave of support, and it seemed oddly unfinished. They had like a card that's like, and then you can send a Rose Dragon to the graveyard, and there wasn't a single Rose Dragon that did anything in the graveyard. So I'm like, this feels like they're setting up for a card in the future, and then they just didn't make Rose Dragon support for like 4 years. Oh, fuck. I just realized we never put Stream 5 that entire time. Let me make a note. Yeah, I'm just making a note for Mr. Metal, like, hey, if there's some way on the footage you could just, like, slap a 5 over the top of the footage and have it remain there. I mean, there were only, like, 5 duels last stream, so maybe it wouldn't be that too difficult. But at the same time, there were only 5 streams last time, so if it is too difficult, don't worry about it. Bloody Rose Dragon. No, it's Ruddy. Rock's Rose has a graveyard effect. Possibly. I will say, chat, I went shopping last week, and I usually get a bag of chips or so for the week to get me over, and I was feeling like I haven't had a corn chip in a while. I was thinking maybe Fritos or maybe just some like corn chips, the kind that people usually eat with salsa, but I just like eating them normally. And I saw they had a new brand, Santitas, which is weird because they've got a, like, this isn't a sticker, this isn't something from the store. This is printed on the bag itself, $2.99 only. And I was like, that's weird. I haven't seen advertising like a price done in a while. Usually that makes me think of like a really budget title. And what made it even more interesting was that the price of these was $2.79. So despite the fact that, like, you know, a bag of chips is usually like $4 these days, this one is like $1 cheaper, printed onto the bag, and then it was marked down even from that. Doesn't Arizona iced tea do that? They like advertise that they're only $1, but they don't, I don't think they put it on the can itself. They sold it even cheaper, yeah. I think most do say 99 cents. Oh, okay. And so I'm like, you know what, I'll try it out. Because either it's like an Arizona iced tea site kind of thing, and this is a small company that finds other ways to save money with like the packaging or the shipping or something like that, or they're absolutely awful. And to my surprise, they're actually pretty good. Like someone said in chat, they're not as salty as Tostitos, but like that's honestly a good thing. And like, it says no preservatives, gluten-free, I don't care about gluten, no artificial colors or flavors. And I'm looking at the ingredients, and the ingredients are corn, vegetable oil, and salt. They're just corn chips. How much saturated fat? 0.5 grams. 4%. A serving, per serving, and the serving is about 9 chips. I don't really look at the nutrition information, so I don't know. Yeah, a lot of potato chips, a lot of Lay's are like, the price goes up and then they fill it with air. The price goes up and then it's just got a bunch of preservatives. The price goes up and then like the quality of the actual chip is worse. There's just more salt on it, so hopefully you don't notice. But yeah, I will say, you know, if you see these around, I would say quality chip. As someone who eats a whole lot of chips, I will be buying those again. All Hardleg knows is corn chip and no dip. Dip is overrated. I'm not a dip doodle. Okay. One more thing, Chad, I want to ask you real quick. So, I've obviously got the Red Ranger onesie on again. But underneath, I've got the Power Ranger shirt. We're double dipping with the Power Rangers. The ho-ho Power Rangers. The question is, do I just reveal this from the start? Do I come out with like this? And then when it's like, oh, we need to get serious. We're gonna rank up. Zip up. Or do we do the opposite, where we're like, we're going to rank up. It's time to reveal our ultimate power. Double Power Rangers. Do it, Hulk Hogan stuff. So real quick, we're just gonna do a minute poll. What do? Start open, go closed for rank, or start closed, then open. Which is funnier? Let me know while I use the restroom, and when I get back, we'll get started. Go Power Rangers! You mighty morphin' Power Rangers! zipped up and expose all sensual like. Okay. There we go. Oh, a text message. It's from my mom. She's excited for Christmas. We heard you sing the theme song, by the way. I know. I sang it loud so you wouldn't hear the piss. You're welcome. Are the Mighty Morphins your favorite Power Rangers? It's the only one I've ever seen. That's how we started this off. I was like, I don't really watch Power Rangers. When I was a kid, I was like 5 or 6 and the first one came out. And it was geared towards really young kids. So like, once I turned like 7, then I got into like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and I forgot all about Power Rangers. And then the next year I got into Goosebumps and I forgot all about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then I got into Animorphs and I forgot all about Goosebumps. So I was never like into Power Rangers enough to have like a favorite team. To be fair, Animorphs are pretty cool. They are. Alright. Chat, go ahead and fill yourselves up with cats in the chat and maybe some merry Jankmasses. Can we get some Jankmas times? Ho, ho, ho! Merry Jankmas, everyone! We are here on the final stream, recording on Jankmas itself, which is not Christmas. It's actually, if you're curious, it's December 18th. You know, that's the Jankmas this year. Jankmas always falls on the last stream of the month. It's kind of weird how that works out. And by the time this comes out, it'll be past Christmas, so, you know, a weird thing, but I hope the vibe of Jankmas and Christmas, the feeling of love and brotherhood and togetherness and caring about people and having empathy for the people around you, I hope that persists no matter when you're watching this episode or no matter where you are in life. You know, we have a lot of fun, we be goofy, but I do want to genuinely say, I hope you have a good one out there. I hope you had nice holidays, and if you didn't, maybe next one will be even better. Maybe the rest of the year it'll be better, and if not, hopefully we can find a way to make it better. That's what it's all about. Anyway, as for Yu-Gi-Oh!, what can I say? We're in Platinum 1. We're going to try to get into Diamond. It's going to be a tough fight. And there's not a lot we can really do with the deck. We're kind of hitting the limits of what Super Quantum can do. You can't really mix it with another engine except Fiendsmith, and both because this is the Jankmas account, and also we've played Fiendsmith so much this year, I don't really want to add a Fiendsmith package in here. So it's really just going to be pure Super Quant. You can't add like another archetype in, mix it with it. The only thing we could maybe do is like, we could potentially remove one Zaytan, because Zaytan's not the best starter. It's like the worst of the bunch. It's more of an extender. And so we could take this out and then put in another mini Malian to give us the better starter. Or we could take this out and put in like a third copy of Fuelos. We could maybe change up some of our hand traps. We do have enough UR points to craft one more. So if we want like a third in permanence, or we want to swap this out for like a Ghost Ogre or something, maybe we could do that. We could also change the extra deck, but most of the time if we lose, it's because we don't get into a position where we can summon stuff. You know, a lot of people were talking about, what's it called? Infinitrack Megaclops as being a potential other boss monster. Sometimes against some decks, this is a better thing to summon than Magnus, especially if you only have like limited materials on everything. This is just 3 Ixie monsters, unaffected, 4,000 attack, really great. But the problem is 99% of the time, if we can get to 3 mech beasts, we can also get to Magnus. And if we can't, having 3 mech beasts is still pretty darn good. Like, I don't think we've been in a position yet where we wanted to summon this. And even if we didn't, like, we've still got Zeus, we've still got Typhon, we've still got this, which has proven very good. This works if we can't even get to the mechs, which is a much more likely situation. So I'm not sure what we could really add extra deck-wise that would really help us out all that much. So we're just going to be sticking with what we got, with the 3.5. Maybe we'll make a few little subtle changes as we see what the meta has in store for us. But I think we're just going to have to do this and get into Diamond with the power of the human spirit. Is Alphen or Blue Layer a better starter? Blue Layer. Blue Layer is the best starter, which is why we have so many ways to get into Blue Layer. Blue Layer is the best starter, but only if you can special summon it, which is why we only played it 2. You don't want to normal summon it. First try, easy, yeah. Okay, 1:16, dawn of the final stream, plus deck talk. Put a snow effect over the beginning when I say ho 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 and talk about Christmas. And then when I edit it, I'll probably put in some Christmas music. Layer 19 could go down a copy. Yeah, that's true as well. Dawn Angel can be. You can special summon this. You contribute any number of fairies. Special summon a fairy from your deck whose levels... Ah, I see. Yeah, that might work. Oh, you can't special summon the turn you activate this except fairies. Yeah, why would you do that? That would be a terrible thing. It would be good if the rest of the deck was fairies, but it's not. I retract my statement. Starting off our first round, and someone's having a bad day, and we're going first, so we might make it an even worse day. Such a shame to do on Jankness. Wait, chat, what does this say? Can someone translate that for me? Because it says the G, which makes me think it has to do with Maxi. Because if you don't know, Maxi in Japanese is Max G. Chances are it might involve the bug. Fried Maxi. Fortunately, we do have the imperm. It says max G to flop. Ah. A damn shame. You know, I was considering for the Christmas spirit, if they had it in Japanese to say ban max C or stop max C, I would have surrendered to stop them from ranking down, to give them a chance. But unfortunately, they quit to the first sign of interruption. Check the deck. Let's see. If they're on stun... Okay, is man to the mark. Never mind. You know what? I think it's fine that I didn't surrender to them. I mean, they are playing, you know, man. It's a pretty neat deck, but 3-dimensional fissure, 3 soul drain. What Draco Tail does to a motherfucker. 3 Dominus Purge, 3 Songs of the Dominators, 3 Solemn Strike. I think we include that one just because it's funny. Duel. $75 versus my man. Oh wait, no, we'll call it G-Man. Who hurt you, Draco Tail? We know exactly. Their fingerprints are all over this. I want a duel. Yay! Oh yeah, I am curious real quick, chat. You are SR. Okay, this is not a UR. Like, this is a UR. Normal. Oh, this is only an SR. This is only an SR. This is only an SR. Okay, I was like, looking at this, I was like, is this deck entirely URs? But no, it's SRs, and it's got a couple, like, NR cards. It's got 2-dimensional fissure and Verdict of Anubis. Everything else is SR and UR, but, you know, it's got 3 cards that aren't. Oh, I forgot to check the main deck. Link Spiders and SR. Yeah. So the only normal and rare cards they're playing are Dimensional Fissure and Verdict of Anubis. It could be more expensive. Wow, they're just making me give everyone a bad Christmas day. I'm up against every person who's on the rank down today. They're like, here you go, Magnus Claus. Your job is to make everyone have a very sad Jenkmas. That being said, they get to go first. And, you know, maybe it's for the best. They are my arch nemesis player, after all. I see. Well, you know, chat, this is one of the rare times where we do want to do this. We can black layer here. And they're like, the fuck? Turn 0 plays. Send the white layer. Summon. We could not stop. But we can search Alphen. And we can do this. Which allows us to make white layer. White layer attach the quantum white layer. Search Alphen. And now we've got a monster negate for, you know, if they've got a third monster there. 0 turn white layer. Ixing on the opponent. What is this? Canine? Is it one effect monster? Gotcha. They discard the butler. What does discarding the butler do? Oh, they get to set a trap. Gotcha. Then they can activate that. That's fine. You can draw a card. They both let them draw a card. Summon one fiend. Quick effect, summon this from the graveyard. Yeah, so they're going to be able to pop my guy and draw a card. So we're just going to detach this now and negate one of these. So they only get to draw one card instead of two. The lady. And if you're wondering why I didn't save it for now, it's because they're about to destroy it. And then I search, and I hope... I mean, if they get rid of the Red Ranger, then I'll get extra advantage. So there's a chance. Hey, there we go. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. What do we summon back? When this card is normal or special summon, its effects are negated. Yeah, we just get the White Ranger. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They won't activate. Unfortunately, they had a really, really darn good hand where they have access to everything, plus being able to, like, pop more stuff and pop more stuff and pop more stuff. So, like, I'm probably just doom screwed. But at least because we control one, we can activate Zaytan. Change the level of a monster. No. Oh, trap trick now. Okay, so they'll have exactly one trap to do anything. Dimensional barrier? Yeah, if they have it. Unfortunate. However, we do have something to stop that, chat. Oh, you're saying I can't Ixie summon? A damn shame. It'd be a pity if that was all my deck could do. But we have a little surprise in store for them, chat. Alright, we're gonna go ahead, use Zaytan. We're going to send the Red Ranger to the graveyard. The other Black Ranger is in our hand. Yeah, we're gonna send red, and we're gonna summon green. So we'll get the Green Ranger. We'll use Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2. Oh, that gets the Black Ranger out. Ah, I messed up there. I needed to summon the red. Fuck. Both of the reds are in my deck. I guess I could just Boral Sword. Oh yeah, it's unaffected by monster effects, but it is still affected by other things. Kill the Arius or they will Chaos Angel. Could make this... Okay, yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna summon this. We're gonna do Chain Link 1. We'll discard the Incursion. We'll get rid of the field spell. Chain Link 2, we'll search another copy of that thing. Oh, wait. Okay. Even better, chat. Hello there. Let's go ahead. Okay, we're not going to be able to make World Gears of Theological Demiurgy. But we can do this. Let's get you. We'll go white layer, send blue. Blue, we can shuffle back the 2 reds. And... yeah, I think we want to... oh, blue shuffle back itself, right? No. Zaytan. Yeah. And we don't need to use that effect. It's 3 with different names. Ah! Why is this card so difficult to activate? Yeah, I guess we just go to battle. Does the link count as a quant? Yeah, but it's super quantum. This is super quant-ol. Yeah, unfortunately, we just got the wrong amount of stuff. Maybe I could have made my way to it, but I got the wrong thing at the wrong time. Oh, Alphen is a Quantal. I could have activated it then. For some reason, I thought Alphen was a Quantum too. Oh wait, no, he is a Quantal. I need Quantums. Ah, I see. Mess the math up? It doesn't, because this is still on the field. Yup. We almost had a chance to board wipe them, but they board wiped us, and also floodgates. Hi, hello. Yeah, we've got starters. Let's just go ahead and do this now. Ah. Stun then. And there's no Earth Super Quant, so... yeah, let me look at my deck real quick. Do I have any out to this? Just like if I draw in perm, it could stop? Okay, I can't even activate the effect. I was curious if maybe I could send it to the graveyard to, like, try to draw, like, send green, draw a card. At least deck thin. They have a solemn. Yeah, and because of this, everything loses 500 defense, so I can't even, like, wall up. I would need a 2,000 just to tie with Barrier Statue, and I don't. So they kill me next turn. Yeah, that's how I feel. That sound that the Snowman Eater made, that's the sound my heart is making. Okay, someone ranking up this time, so, you know, someone's improving their lot in life. Couldn't be me. Well, now we've got hand traps. That might be helpful. If they've got stun again, we can imperm it. Yay, imperm. Branded in white. Interesting. Okay, so just like branded. Rindbroom. Then you can special summon this. Normal summon Aluber the Duber a Boober. Yeah, they just quick effect fusion if I try to do something. And then even if they get branded fusion, right, like I could roll in Lockbird here, but it don't do anything because they're not adding anything to hand for the rest of the turn, right? They're just setting a bunch of cards and adding from like the graveyard. Yeah, this can't be targeted, right? No, it can't be destroyed. No, it can't be targeted. And they are playing Draco Tail. Because it's just a free spell negate. And if I imperm here, they can just do this at the start of their next turn. Okie dokie. Quem. So what, they send Fallen of Albaz, but then they don't have a card to discard to get... No, they get to draw one off of the trap. And the trap, they have to recycle... Oh, High Spirits. Okay. Read this again. Target a spell, negate it. Place one Draco Tail. Oh, then you can. Okay, you don't even have to recycle. I thought recycling was part of the thing. Yeah, I'm probably dead. I'm a deadman? I mean, I guess we have to... Yeah, I guess we have to try to do this now. This is the thing that actually hurts us on the field that we can target. Everything else just sets up to do other stuff. Yeah, then we try to Quantal. Oh, and then they can stop the... When did they get Albaz in there? I missed that. I was like, oh, they don't have Albaz in the graveyard, so it's fine. Branded fusion, oh, okay. Oh, why thank you. Yeah, if we roll them now, I can't search, and I need to search. They gifted us an Aluber. Of course, now they're gonna get a Mirror Jade. I think I might still have a chance here, though, depending on what the rest of their stuff does. Lubellion. Mirror Jade. Yeah, okay, so they've got one bounce. Let's activate White Layer, or one banish, I should say. You can discard Blue Layer to summon this. So we get this. We activate this. Do we blue, set blue back? No, I think we're fine. We send red layer. Oh, red. I was like, red summons back. Alphen, except it can't activate its effects. I keep forgetting this has like an arbitrary lock on it. Yeah, fortunately they don't know anyway. No, not Typhon's win rate. Why would you do such a thing? Yeah, Sanctifier's other effect is hard to do here, but it is doable. I wish Joe put Typhon in the AMZ. Why would I do such a thing? Main phase 4! Yeah, they just got a second Albaz, and then they can just fuse with Typhon. Yep. Squishy squish. Am I on the rank down? No, I'm not on the rank down yet. We're getting close. This is like our 4th lost coin toss in a row. I don't know what happened. Everyone we've been fighting has been Dranko Tail or stunned so far. I guess Labyrinth, but the Labyrinth might as well have been stunned the way it was set up. We're up against Zoldyck. Onomatopoeia. Get 2 of them things. Yeah, I can activate the black layer, but the monster wouldn't have any effect. So there's not really any point. Also, I'd have to discard Alphen, and I really don't want to get rid of Alphen. How's the rangering doing? Terribly. Haven't won a game all day. Do we hit this? They got like 1 million searches, right? If you don't want to deal with the counter trap. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that, like... I mean, we can't play through much regardless. Go get something to drink. Unfortunately, chat, I can't go get a drink. I have to hold down the chain off to stop black layer. Oh, I guess I can turn it off. Okay. I'll be back. Rank 4 turbo, boo. Rank 4 turbo, boo. They thinking. They weren't expecting to get hit by the one imperm, and now they're like, fuck, I don't know. What if the only reason they made it to the top of Plat 1 is because people saw Automat and they just surrendered? Or do they just search Protoss here? No, it's Ryziel. Alright, chat, so if we have a little bit of time, you want to talk about the latest episode of The Amazing Digital Circus? It's been interesting because I saw it and I had a very specific read on what was happening and what it meant. And I feel like everyone else has completely different reads, and most of them I'm like, I feel like you're coping pretty hard. The reveal was wild. The big thing about it, right, is that I think that a lot of people are overlooking is that I was watching the episode and everything that Abel was doing, and Jax, of course, set it up with like, well, you know, this is just part of one of Kane's adventures. And I was like, no, Kane's not that smart. He can't make an NPC or a character that's as smart as Abel. He can't program an adventure out this long, because it's been there, like, the whole time. And also, for Jax to, like, trick Kane into getting his key card, Kane would have to act stupid. And Kane was just acting how he always acts. So the reveal that it was just him doing an adventure the whole time, to me, signals that Kane is not as dumb as he claims. It's not as dumb as he pretends to be. Kid, thank you for the gifted sub. We can't bring Kane with us is the biggest red flag. Yeah. It was a little weird at the time, and it all makes sense in, like, hindsight. But it's just one of those things where I'm like, see, to me, that signal, like, that revelation that Kane, a lot of his goofiness, a lot of his, oh, I'm just an AI. I don't really understand how humans work. I think almost all of it is an act. I think he understands a lot more than he lets on. And he says that kind of stuff and acts stupid in order to, whatchamacallit, in order to push dislike or hatred away from himself. Real quick, let's just look at this. Like, they got 3 pops, they got a monster steal, they got 2 pops, they've got a negate, plus everything in hand. I normal summon this, if they negate it, it's done. I special summon this, they pop this, it's done. They negate this. I activate this, I get blue layer. Blue layer only gets one of these 2. Yeah, like, do I even try? I guess I try. The thing is, right, like, if I tribute this and they negate it, then I've got nothing. If I activate this, they just pop the Alphen and then I've lost the Alphen. Or they steal it. Or they wait until I get 2 cards and then they pop both of them. So I guess I have to just do this now and hope. Thank you for the gifted sub, kid. And if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in the chat. Yeah, they just cross. And if they cross, then this requires me to control a monster, this requires me to control a monster, this requires me to control a monster. But if I activated any of these, then they can steal, pop, or double pop. So I had to do that and just hope they don't activate it. If that had gone off, then I could start activating effects and triggering effects and summoning things and maybe get more stuff than they had a possibility to. But I think we still lose. Thank you for the 100 bits, Flavorful Footsteps. 22. Is this correct? I thought they ended on more negates than this. No, that was right. Kane is unstable, not dumb. Okay, I was looking back through the chat or whatever. But yeah, so just real quick, because I've been meaning to like mention this before, because again, it's the 2 things that last episode showed. Kane is not as dumb as he looks, and also he can manipulate people's memories. I think that's the other big thing. Like, we kind of knew it. That is one thing I will give to the Amazing Digital Circus. Again, if you haven't kept up with it, the basic premise, all the main characters are stuck in a digital world. It's got that, like, dot hack, or what was the Sword Art Online? Except they don't remember, what was it, the one character, the last thing they remember is putting on a headset in an abandoned building. And then suddenly they're in the Amazing Digital Circus. And they can remember their past lives, but they can't remember their names. It's kind of like an isekai. And Kane is the ringmaster of the circus, who is an AI that is trained to, like, keep them from going insane. Because one of the things they mentioned is like, you can't actually sleep in the circus, and while you can eat, you don't actually taste anything, and you don't need to eat. You're just like going through the motions of pretending to eat. And there's no way to leave, or at least no one knows how to leave, and Kane says there's no exit. Actually sounds interesting, yeah. And most of the episodes up until now have just been like different adventures. Every episode, Kane is like, I've got an adventure for you. And sometimes they're set up like games, and sometimes they're more like role-play scenarios. Like there was one episode where he just gave everyone guns, and he's like, you're shooting each other now, you have 3 lives, go. Didn't they have a beach episode? That was the latest episode was called Beach Episode, but they only spent like 2 minutes on the beach. And then the rest was, they got confronted by an NPC. Throughout all the episodes, there's been an NPC, like a wooden block figure that's been spying on them. And he revealed himself to be a player that he says Kane mistook him for an NPC and hasn't been watching him. And he's been able to run around and figure out a way to get out, that they can sneak into Kane's mainframe and shut down the circus, which should free all of them. That feels a bit aimless, yeah. It's like a web series, yeah. They put out episodes on YouTube, and it's like one episode every 3 months. And so, the new character, whose name was Abel, by the way, which I guess would have been another hit, you know, Cain and Abel, haha. But he's like, you know, I've got a plan to get out. And then they go through all this trouble, and they manipulate Cain, and they steal his key, and they get into the room. And then at the end, there's a button at the, like, a big console. There are 2 buttons. One button says, shut down the circus, and everyone goes free. And the other button says, everyone stays in the circus forever and has a fun time. The red button is like everyone stays in the circus. And the main character, Pomni, is like, this seems a little weird. This seems suspicious. We should think about this. And almost all the other characters are like, no, just press the blue button. Get us the hell out of here. We're here. And Jax, the character who's kind of like the snarky asshole of the group, he's the funny guy. He's the comedic relief. But he's also like, he's always messing up the adventures. He's making his own fun. He doesn't like get along with anyone else. He had like a panic attack and ran and hit the blue button, the one that traps them in the game forever. But before everyone could react, Cain comes out and he's like, congratulations, you got the good ending to the adventure. Abel was an NPC the whole time. Sounds like an instant fave. A lot of people like Jax. But Jax has been, the last couple episodes, he's been hinting that he's going to abstract. In the first episode, there's a character you don't meet named Kaufmo who abstracts, where basically they're like, he goes mad and he lost connection to who he was, and he turns into a big glitched being, and the only way to deal with it, because it tries to kill everyone, is that Cain locks it in the basement, which is an extra-dimensional hole underneath the circus, where there's just like a big pile of abstracted entities. And so, Jax is hinting that he's, like, going to abstract. His eyes have been going crazy, he's been having these weird, like, moments, and, especially, like, when they talk about escaping, he's like, yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to escape. I don't think this is real. But also, even when it looks like it's really real, he's like, why are you so eager to escape? And one of the other characters are like, don't you have people, like, waiting out there for you? Like, aren't you eager to get back to your loved ones? And Jax is like, yeah, of course. So it's, like, hinting that, like, Jax maybe doesn't have anyone outside for him. Talking Digital Circus, yeah. And also, near the end, before Jax hits the button, this is all a 3D animated show, right? But before he hits the button that traps them there, he has, like, visions, like quick flashes of like live action footage of someone driving in a car in a neighborhood, which makes people think that like maybe he's on the run, maybe he's done something. The weird thing about it, they don't have their memories. How do anyone know? Yeah. See, that's the thing. Everyone I've seen, every play I've seen of it was that like, Jax is abstracting because he doesn't have anyone outside the circus waiting for him. Jax is abstracting because he's realizing, despite how cynical he is, that he likes being trapped here because at least he has some semblance of control. He can be a snarky asshole. Ah, Emperor Stove raiding in the middle of the Amazing Digital Circus chat. That's so depressing. But here's the thing, right? Here's my take of it. Because if you look especially at like Jax's expression, right? He starts panicking, he starts getting these flashes, and then he runs up and he hits the button that traps them. And then he looks kind of confused. He looks kind of like, why did I do that? And then after Kane shows up and he laughs a little maniacally, and then he like has this moment, he's like, you just lie about everything, don't you? You said you couldn't alter our memories, but you're messing with us, I can tell. And he points back to like in previous episodes, even though Kane says, you're actual people, I can't alter your memories, there was a comedy bit where everyone got to vote on what adventure they did, and as a joke, everyone voted that, like, Jax should be vegan. And he became vegan for the rest of that episode. And then they voted to, like, put him in a maid outfit. They voted him to have, like, goofy stuff. And he's like, wait, you changed my memories there. They do have memories, yeah, they start talking about some things. But Jax is also, like, at some point in another episode, they point out that he used to have a tail and he doesn't anymore. And he's like, where'd my tail go? And he doesn't remember that. So I think, here's my big theory, right? Kane is, like, messing with their memories to such a degree that everything about Jax's past is now false. The car and everything isn't his actual memories. It's not that he's scared. It's that Kane is putting anxiety into his brain to make him be the asshole character, because that makes the adventures more interesting, and it deflects attention away from Kane. It creates infighting within the group, so they don't look at him and think that he's actually up to something. And if they do actually talk to him, then he just goofs out and does something silly. He's like, oh, well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Oh, spork, watch out. Literally says he tampers with people's personalities, yeah. So I think he's tampering a lot more. And so I think Jax abstracting isn't because he's becoming used to the circus or he doesn't have anyone outside. I think abstraction is caused when what Kane programs you to do and what you actually do don't mesh up with themselves. One of the interesting things about the latest episode is for the first time you see in Jax's room, and despite him being like a comic asshole who is cynical and mean, his room is like all pastel colored. It's very like kid coded. It's very like childish and friendly. It makes it seem like Jax would be a sensitive and fun guy. And he's got pictures of the wall of him hanging out with previous people where he was like a friendly guy. And in previous episodes, every time it's like, oh, someone's talking to him, it seems like he's going to make a breakthrough and become friendly. And then suddenly he like snaps out. He's like, no, actually I'm going to be an asshole. And up until now, it's been painted as like, oh, he's lost friends in the past, so he's afraid of having commitments. He's afraid of making new friends, because what if they leave him too? That's a very common thing. But what if instead, the reason why he pulls back, the reason why he keeps hard veering into the asshole stereotype, is because Kane has said that this is your role. And it's basically like forcing him to act that way. And the reason he's abstracting is because he wants to like Pomni, he wants to hang out with the group, he wants to be a fun guy, but what he wants and what Kane wants him to be are incompatible. He was programmed to be an asshole, but he's actually a good guy. Yeah. Or at least he's, maybe it ramps up some aspect of his personality, or he's trying to change and it won't let him. And I think that's what abstraction is. Because if abstraction was just going crazy, if it was being stressed, then Kinger and Zubul would have abstracted long ago, or they would have had chances to abstract. But they don't. I think abstraction, and that's also hinted at the very end, Kinger says, wait, you can change people. Think about Scratch, the first abstraction. That points to Kane is the one who is causing abstractions. He's doing it by manipulating their memories. And that also repaints all the times when, they ask Jax about oh, what about, don't you have someone waiting outside for you? What about your hobbies? And he kind of looks away. That's not because he has a dark past. It's because he can't remember. And he's kind of scared to say it out loud because that would hint that maybe he's an NPC or maybe Kane has manipulated his memories. Something like that. Pomni in the real world is an actual asshole. She does have tendencies, possibly. There is a picture of his room with the lights on. It's really pink and girly, meaning he didn't mind being girly until Cosmo and Ribbit vanished. Hence why to not only antagonize the females, but he gets really upset when he gets dressed like a maid. Yeah. It's entirely possible. And I can also see that, a lot of people talk about the queer themes or the trans themes that are in there. They do have a non-binary character. And I've seen a lot of people say Jax is really trans-coded, especially because his room is really girly. And when I said this theory on a comment, I have people no, that ruins the whole concept of Jax. And I'm no, it does. To me, it feels like it does the opposite. It builds into the themes. If you think of Kane as the administrator, as the system, if he is in control of the world, him telling you to be something, if he's society, him telling you to be something and you wanting to be your own thing and having those things clash is a really good metaphor for dysphoria. For I want to be this person and meanwhile Kane is forcing me to be this other person, and that's what causes you to abstract. Well, Joe, you have sold me on this show. I'll start looking into it. There's only 7 episodes, and they're each a half an hour long, so what is that, 3 hours? You could watch it all pretty quickly. So yeah, that's my theory, and at least, I've been watching a little bit when I get time, other people's theories, and no one else seems to get that. Everyone's focused on, oh, Jax's real backstory and their memories, and they seem to have missed the bombshell that, if Kane is both smarter than he thinks and can manipulate your memories, that calls into question everything the characters know about themselves. It's treated in the very first episode as the characters forget their name and then Kane gives them a new one. As oh, that's just a function of the digital circus. But if that's something that Kane is purposely doing to try to make people forget about their lives, then he is way more nefarious and way more powerful, and also way more capable of altering your personality and backstory. Because if he can erase something as fundamental, as foundational as your name, what can't he erase? Fans dox the real-life location in Jax's memories. They found the place. What show is this again? The Amazing Digital Circus? I think it's going to be like Soma, where they're duplicates. Yeah. I think almost certainly, from the way Kinger reacts, I don't think they're actually trapped in there. I think when they put the headset on, it made a copy of their memories, and the real them just took off the headset a moment later and walked away. Or they put on the headset, it copied their memories, and then killed them. and they're all just like dead, and the actual characters in there are digital copies of their memories and personalities that have no possible hope of ever escaping the circus because they are an AI fashioned in the likeness of a person and not an actual person. That's a dark theory. It's very dark. An even darker theory is that there are no actual people, that all of the characters are AI constructs that are just very advanced to the point that they have free will. And perhaps the only person who isn't AI is Kane. That Kane is a real person messing with a bunch of sentient AIs for his own amusement. 3 dark, 5 me. Does that mean they kind of function like AIs themselves? I mean, that's the thing. Everyone has kind of like a stock personality, right? Like, they all have roles to play. In a way, they're more basic than real humans would be, despite some of their depth. They're more like characters that could be created. The only person who doesn't fall into a stock archetype, who seems to have, like, very different mood changes, is Kane. Kane spent all his cash on ChatGPT, and he's going to use it, damn it. Either that, or Kane, I think it's still pretty close to, like, Kane could just be an AI that's trapped in there, but he's, like, the only one that knows that they're all AIs. Kinger was the OG NPC, yeah. I guess we'll have to see. There's only 2 more episodes left. Either way, I got that off my chest, and also now I don't feel as bad about we're about to rank down. So let's go back into this. Alright, we've been on a loss streak, things have not been going well. We do at least win a coin toss. We've won a coin toss for the first time in 5 games, that's good. We're going against someone who's about to rank up though, so... You know, unless we get off exactly the Magnum clause, we're gonna be in trouble. The great go second hand. Wish we could have gotten this every time we lost the coin toss. Let's try Zaytan. Zaytan, and then we're just going to sudden impact right here before tributing him. Retaliating Sea. Any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. Yeah, that kind of screws us over. I guess I shouldn't have done that. I forgot that Retaliating Sea was making a comeback. Okay, is there anything we can do? Go for blue. All of these have to be sent to the graveyard. Like, all of our things are like 2 effects. 1 is send to the graveyard. Yeah, I think we get blue 9 times out of 10. We could serve it. If we serve it though, what do we do from there? Then they get max C, and then we do... And we've already used this effect, so I don't think we can actually go into it without using this. Do we play SP? No. Even if we did, we'd have no way to get into... Like, we could just SP pass. That would be it. You might as well YOLO. Yeah, I don't think we can get to it doing that, but we can try it. Because we haven't used this effect yet. So we can special summon this. Change the level of the monster. Sure. Then we can go Cerberus. We discard the Charmy because we're almost certainly not going to have it. Get rid of this. Yep, then we Zaytan. We send this. We get Alphen. We use the Alphen effect. We get the 3 big guys. That's the worst one. Yeah, Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Chain Link 3. Yeah, we can't even end on, like, Theological Demiurgy, because we've made the Nightmare's Cerberus, which doesn't have a down arrow. Okay. Alphen Strike. We get this. Yeah, it's unfortunate because we can, like, detach this, target this, blow it up. That allows us to use the black layer effect, but we already used the sudden incursion. So all we can make is red layer, white layer, with, like, them having a million billion cards. Maybe they drew all their bricks. Maybe out of the 10 cards in hand, they won't have an out to max seed. Yep, and we'll do this. Or maybe they're on stun and they can't do anything. Maybe this is just a dumb stun deck. Stake your soul, your nose is mine. Yep, nothing I can do about that. Yeah, we have to imperm this, even though they can, like, absolutely dodge out of this. Oh, but they're not going to. Interesting. Did they not get Borger or the other one or anything? You don't want either of those effects? It felt like both of those are very important. Special summon one from your hand. Yeah, I'd prefer if you didn't. And then we'll get another Alphen. Ghost Bell. Okay. Add one Vanquish Soul. Okay. I could destroy it, but that wouldn't do anything. They'd have to, like, tag out. Return the monster with the lowest defense to the field. Sure, that's the white layer. It's already used its effect. Oh, it's Mitsurugi. Yep, not much I can do about that. Ah, that's why they couldn't tag out. Yeah, I guess I have to destroy this so it's not on the field. They'll be able to make me discard. I think I just get rid of the Designator at this point. No, the Mammalian, because we're about to get a bunch of summons. Discard a card, yeah. We got a bunch of ways to get to blue. Agron Overlord, thank you for the 22 months. And then red layer activates. We can get back black layer. That's 2400 defense. And I'll get another thing if I survive this turn. I'm looking at the Mitsu in the mirror. All right. Purification. Okay, I survived. Well, what's that gonna do, though? I don't know. Activate this now. Do I have another blue layer in the deck? Yeah, I think we do this now. Oh, I don't have a blue layer. Do this, we're gonna get back Zayton. Oh, I already have a Zayton. The timer! Yeah, the other one's banished. Normal summon. Yeah, I should have got green layer or something. Yeah, I should have gotten green layer. Why didn't I get green layer? Yeah, we're gonna try it. Forced to attack right now. If I go to attack right now, they just do everything. My only hope is that they don't understand how Magnus works and I can make it before they wipe my field. No, they're just bringing it back now. Do I have a white in the layer? I do. Okay. So I have to make this. Attach the white layer so it's a quick effect. They do that. We do this. Yep, nothing I can do about that. Unfortunately, I lose to Max C and I lose to Retaliating C. The same stuff that hurts Draco Tail also hurts me. And you gotta play this against Draco Tail because this fucking game. Almost, maybe, might have had... I mean, I did surprisingly well considering, but... What beats Maxi? The answer is nothing. And with that, we rank on down. The deck is as good as Draco Tail. Oh, and that had Ryzeals in it too. Is there anything we can play to counter this? Maybe talents. What would talents do? Take it. It's reciprocal. Both players are banished. will steal it. No one will ever know. Yeah, I know at least I want to take one of those out because it's not really a starter. Dark Hole would have ended my turn as well. Raigeki. The problem is, like, if we wanted to play, like, a triple tactics Raigeki line, or triple tactics with, like, something worth getting, we wouldn't have the ability... Let's see, if we got one, we would have to fill in a whole bunch of stuff. If we destroy it, they add Maxi, yeah. But if I could destroy it without using the extra deck, then I'd have the other monster on board. Lightning Storm doesn't work in that situation. If we make an Ixie with it, it doesn't search. Yeah. Cross out it. Just hope we draw the one of cross out. Could have made the rank 7 and negated the bug. We had no way to get to the field spell, though. Book of Moon! Yeah, unfortunately, Book of Moon doesn't stop most hand... It's just the one hand trap. Yeah, also, chat, I'm not sure if you just saw the duel. We're trying to plan for, like... What's a card we would have played that would have helped us in that duel? So, for example, if you're saying Daruma Karma Cannon, how would opening with Daruma Karma Cannon had helped us fight against that thing? We could set it and pass, and then hope that the Daruma stopped Mitsurugi, which it doesn't really. Magnus stops the draws from Eclipse. If you can't draw, you can't resolve Eclipse. So, like, I think under Magnus, we couldn't activate Book of Eclipse. And also that flips our monsters face down. I would say Forbidden Droplet, but because cards can't be sent to the graveyard, you can't even activate Forbidden Droplet. Another Imperm wouldn't help because we already had a monster on board. Magnus is immune to everything. Yeah. Chalice. Would any of the kaijus work? Yeah, but we'd have no way to search them or anything. Yeah, like, I guess Forbidden Chalice would work if we wanted to play that. But again, the problem is Chalice would deal with that one specific situation. It would not deal with the vast majority of other situations going first. It only stops that one card. I was hoping maybe we could think of something that stops them from doing that during our turn that is not completely useless against every deck that isn't playing that or doesn't draw that. Why would Eclipse not be able to activate? So, Book of Eclipse Change all monsters face down. During the end phase of this turn, change them all face up. Then your opponent draws equal to the number of defense position. Or yeah, flip all. Then your opponent draws equal to the number of monsters they flipped up by this effect. So because the effect, this is all counted as one effect, even though there's a period there. It's just the effect of the card. Because this effect does potentially make them draw, you can play Ash Blossom and stop Book of Eclipse, because the effect does say to draw. Magnus says my opponent can't draw. Therefore, I wouldn't be able to activate a card that forces my opponent to draw, because my opponent can't draw. This would be an illegal activation, because I can't force my opponent to do something that a card effect on the field says they can't do. Now that being said, this would be able to stop the, what's it called? It would be able to stop the bug, the retaliating sea. The problem is that if I did that on the board I had last time, my monsters get flipped face down too, and that ends my turn. Spellbound. Book of Lunar Eclipse. Yeah, Book of Moon would have just been better. Maybe the tactic is just to not... The problem is, I really, Emergency Teleport's a really good card. All the attributes, so no impulse. If your opponent activates a card that special summons, you can't use Light, Earth, or Wind. Yeah, that would stop me from using Alphen and White Layer, and also Magnus, which is a light. We could play Heralds with like 3 White Layer and 3 Alphen, but I don't think that's worth it. Herald of Green Light. Well, Orange Light would have stopped the Retaliating Sea. It also stops Max Sea. But in order to do it, we have to have one of these two on the field. And if we have this, we usually want to use this as the starter. Do any of the Super Quants benefit from being in the graveyard? All of the Super Quants benefit from going to the graveyard. Can we Ghost Mourner it? Your opponent activates a spell that would summon a monster. Special summon this from your hand. What would it be? Activates a card, adds a card, special summons, banishes a card from the graveyard. Yeah, the retaliating doesn't banish a card from the graveyard. It's like a continuous effect. And it activates for the field. Ghost Mourner. Oh, yeah. Could not activate Mourner. No, Mourner is, discard this card. Kid, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, to Out of Characters, welcome. I liked your whatchamacallit. I like your video essays. Yeah, maybe Mourner instead of Imperm. Or we just put the 1 in. Draco Tail 2, yeah. Chalice is better than Mourner. The problem with Chalice is that it doesn't do anything if we go second, right? Like, if we're going second, then Chalice is just, like, worse in perm. Fenrir or Pancratops. Neither of those would help. It's good against Artha Lion. Or we just throw in, like, a third Fuelos. We've got enough for one card. No, we're not doing Orange Lights. Unless we could take out Nibiru. Break down something. Yeah, you know what? Okay. We're generating another Ghost Mourner. And we're generating a third Charmy. Is that Charmy the fucking bee? But first we need to break down some stuff. Break it down. Okay. What do we need? 2 of them? The unfortunate thing is because this is the Jankmas account, right? I really need to... That's only at 1. I was like, wait, this is another fairy. We could add this in with the orange light, and that would be double. Yeah, we'll get Neos Lord in there. King of 100 Animals. We already used this, and I doubt we'll ever use it again. Girsu. Girsu's useful in a lot of different stuff. Either that or G-Golem. I don't think anyone's like, oh, I need to get the G-Golems. Yeah, we're dismantling Pebble Dog. Ooh, a shiny. That's a good way to one-turn summon Zark. I've seen a couple. I mean, there's a trap that just does it. Yeah, the problem is because this is the Jankmas account, we might play... The other thing, too, is we're going to start using this account more. So now, like, almost anything that might be playable, I'm not sure if we want to break it down. You get half your UR points back if you dismantle that one. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so today, despite starting out very optimistically, very joyfully, has not gone very well. We've been on a big losing streak, and it's been almost entirely, like, split between the Draco Tail deck and the anti-Draco Tail decks. Both of those hurt us a whole lot. I don't think we want to bet like Red Reboot just in case we go against a stun deck. You know, we just kind of have to go first against those or get lucky. But against the Draco Tail and specifically Retaliating Sea, I think we have a solution, which is Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill. This is a lesser played hand trap because it's basically like Valor. You can use it during either player's turn, but only when a monster is special summoned, which makes it less good in a lot of situations, but you can use it on your turn, which means if they Retaliating Sea, or if they fusion summon a Draco Tail on our turn, we can negate its effects, and also possibly have them take some burn damage if we manage to get into, like, the red tiger and then blow it up or something like that. So there's an option there. And when it was between crafting 3 of these or a third Fuelos, Fuelos is going to be more useful in more decks going forward. Plus, it gives us more of a chance to draw into Ghost Mourner. We've quickly become so many hand traps. And in order to make room for that, we've taken out one of the sudden incursions. I know before that I said maybe we'd remove a Zaytan, but I think this is the easier thing to remove because it's been dead in hand so many times. Just not being able to activate it when you don't already have a Super Quantum is pretty bad, whereas like this can be normal summoned if nothing else. Plus, with so many people on cards like Retaliating Sea, having less of these is better, even if we do have to stick with like the 3 emergency teleport. So this is Super Duper Quant Mark. I guess we'll go up to 4, you know, another half thing. We'll see if this does anything and jump back onto the ladder. We're starting in Platinum 2 now with only an hour left, so it's going to take a Jankmas miracle to get into Diamond. 256. That was deck version 4. This is the last stream. It is the last stream. Okay, we're going first. You know, we like going first. Half the reason we deranked is because out of like 8 duels, we went first twice. When does the Duelist Cup start? It's already been going on. Okay. Standby phase. Emergency teleport. Hope they don't have Retaliating Sea. But if they do, we've got the Ghost Mourner. Okay, Ash Blossom. That's fine. Okay. They've already ashed, so I don't think they can stop Zaytan. I think we just do this, which allows us to send the Alphen Ball and summon our good buddy Alphen. And the Chipmunks? No. Copyright infringement. Wrong! Tribute this, and then we're gonna get all our high-level monsters. Black, white, red. The Super Quantum Flag. Fly it high and proud. Salute your superiors. Go with white layer. And then we're gonna like chain link 1. Summon back black layer. Chain link 2. Get another sudden incursion. Chain link 3. White layer, send white layer so it maintains level 7 integrity. Very important. Yep, we get the other one. We summon this. Since this went to the graveyard, we get another Alphen. Yay, Alphen. Then we're going to use this. Wait, how do we get the third one out? Did I mess something up? Oh, wait, No, we have to... We overlay these two. That's how we hard make one. Then we activate Sudden Incursion. Special summon the other black layer. This one has its effects. Black layer will get the red ship. And then we can equip the red to it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how we would have done this if we don't have Mini Malian, because we do have to use the Mini Malian, unfortunately. We will banish that. Summon the Mini-Man. Activate, banish himself. Summon Blue Layer. Blue Layer effect. We're gonna get Green Layer. And then we're going to use this. Discard the Green Layer. Turn this into Gram Pulse. And I don't think we want to discard this because we only have 2, so we won't have another one to search. Unless we also get Blue Layer in the graveyard, and we won't have a way to do that. Yeah, actually, you know what? That's fine. We just have to remember, the first time we do something, we detach blue. And then during our turn, we detach black. And then we can search that. But, for the first time today, we celebrate Jankmas properly with Magnus Claws! Ho ho ho! Merry Jankmas, everyone! And then we end our turn. Come at me. Magnus count 32. Ah, Sky Strikers. Interesting. You can special summon a Rose from your deck. Also, you cannot summon out of the extra deck except machines. Okay. So, they want the Rose. Does this count as a Sky Striker? But it's not a Sky Striker Ace. Okay. So, I think what we do is we just use this now. And we'll be like, if you want that, I don't want you to have it. And we'll put back this, this, and one of the white lanes. Yeah, what are the chances they're playing Hamp, the Sky Striker Kaiju? Alright, they summon Ray, they make Camellia. Send the Sky Striker from your deck to the graveyard. Okay. If they send Hamp to the graveyard and then make Kagari, then we have reason to be afraid. No, they're sending Linkage. Linkage. Kagari can't add it back, don't worry. Oh yeah, it's only a spell. Do we just Mourner this to stop them? Read exactly what Linkage says. Special summon an ace monster from your extra deck. Yeah, what can they do? Hayate? Battle phase. Ouch. They get to send a Sky Striker card. Lemon's Gate. They get Amatsu. Okay. They set 2 pass. Alright. Draw a card. Oh, what do we send back? Sky Striker is special summoned. It's affected by its replacement effect. You can make the activated effect become destroy one. Huh. Nano machine, son. Destroy one link monster your opponent controls. Yeah. Oh, that's fine. We just wanted to attach a black layer. Shuffle back that. We get the sudden incursion. And then we're about to incur some stuff. Oh wait, no. We want to set a Super Quant trap. The Mech Sword! The Magna Slayer! Behold! He big! Battle. One card your opponent controls, destroy them. Well, that's rude. I guess I'll send this off now. The thing is, I don't think they're dead. Oh, well now they are. 48! Yeah, I was like, okay, so I can attack over that, and then they summon back Ray, and then Ray summons another thing, and then I attack over that, and then they Lemon's Gate because they special summon. Like, they could block enough attacks. I'm just not sure how they get out of that from there. I don't know what kind of out Sky Striker has to a Magnus. What can a Magnus do to a non-believer? Okay, they were not playing Hamp. We did not have to worry about it. And they had nothing in the extra deck that dealt with it. They were just spinning their wheels. And if anyone's like, what the fuck is Hamp that you're talking about? I'm a little curious myself. Or is it just like H-A-M? Hamp? Oh, I've got it set to only the cards that I use. There we go. Okay, yeah. It is Hamp. Surgical Striker. This card is always treated as a Sky Striker card. I wasn't sure about that. I knew it was meant for Sky Strikers. If you control an Ace monster, you can special summon this card to either field by attributing one monster on the field. You can only special summon this once per turn this way. When this card is destroyed by battle, target one card your opponent controls and destroy it. So yeah, they do have their own kaiju. I'm not sure how searchable it is. I don't think anyone plays it, but maybe one day. Perhaps one day. Duel, that would be 81, right? I accidentally typed in Sky Strikler, which, you know what? I think is funnier. I would play Sky Striklers. Okay, let me think about this real quick, though. I should have been able to do full combo there, and I kind of messed it up at some point. Because we had Alphen. Alphen got the white layer. White sends white. Red brings back black. Black searches this. And then I know we overlay those two. Oh, did I start with Zaytan? No. let's assume I didn't start with Zaytan. I think I started with, was it Alphen? I think I started with Alphen. Alphen, get that, bring those two back, and then we'd have white and black on the field, plus this. We activate this to search blue. Blue gets Zaytan. Okay, that's what I should have done. And then we just overlay the white and black, and we never use the black effect. Or we use the black effect to get the red, and then we can discard for the white, and then summon anything off of Sudden Incursion. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I had to use the, not use the black effect. Oh, I couldn't, because it was summoned off of red. Yeah, so we do have to hard make those. Blue gets Zaytan. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This Ash Blossom's gonna have to carry that weight. Boy, you've gotta carry that weight. Carry that weight for a long time, oh baby boy. You've gotta carry that weight. Carry that weight all the time. All right. We livin'. Okay. We starting with Alphen. Alphen the strongest. Welcome. All right. Hello. Yeah, we go ahead and sudden impact here. Oh, that's not good. We might still be able to get to it, but it's going to be a difficult one. Okay, Minimalian. Send off this. The Minimalian. He's like Alphen's weird cousin or whatever, you know? Like Jonkle Doo or whatever his name was. You know, the weird, like, fucked up, like, inbred Scooby-Doo? From, like, the 70s show? You all know what I'm talking about. Okay, here's Zaytan. Scooby-Dumb. Was that his name? How rude. Okay, we're gonna do this. We gotta send green. And we just summon another Alphen, because we haven't activated the effect yet. And then we get to draw a card! Oh, okay. I don't think we could have gotten to Magnus there, chat. We didn't have any cards left in hand. But, you know, that works. That's fine. I don't know why that's making me laugh. Something about, like, Skronkle Doo. It's one of the last things Vincent Price did. Yeah, let me see if I can find this. I think maybe a lot of you youngins are too young to remember. Scooby Dumb. Yeah, people remember Scrappy. They don't remember Scooby Dumb as much because he didn't come back. They had him for like 1 or 2 seasons, and they were like, ah, never mind. This is dumb as hell. If it'll show up. Yeah, there we go. That's Scooby Dumb. He had a little red hat and like a big overbite. He kind of sagged a little bit. It was in the name. Hard to think. Like, he made Scooby-Doo seem smart. He was like, well, I'm not sure about that, Cousin Scoob. Also, while I was searching this up, I forgot that, like, they also had a third cousin who was like a girl dog. And it's probably for the best that we don't remember her name and she never shows up again. Yeah, they were like high fives. They were good buddies. Was this the show that fell off after the new Scooby-Doo movies? I haven't seen that doggo in a while. Core memory unlocked. Yeah, it was that weird thing. It's like, they released Scooby-Doo, right? And then immediately afterwards, they're like, well, the titular Scooby-Doo took off, and Shaggy was his best friend. So then there was like a bunch of movies in like the 70s and the 80s, where they're like, you know, forget Fred, Velma, Daphne, get them out of there. Just get Scooby and Shaggy and pair them up with people. So they had like the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, where it was like them two, plus Scrappy, Vincent Price, and some little kid. And then there was like Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, and it was just Scooby and Scrappy and Shaggy. And the Boo Brothers, yeah. And there was another one I thought that was just like, it was like them with like some other weird group. Doobie Doobie Doo is the Elvis Presley cousin, I see. Yeah, so I kind of want to like draw I want to be like, hey, you guys remember that weird like 70s, like the fucked up, like rural like Scooby-Doo, Skrunkle-Doo or whatever his name was? And they're like, you're talking about Scooby Dumb, right? I'm like, no. And then I like find a picture of like this absolutely like disturbing, like realistically like sagging a dog with like big jowls. I'm like, no, it's Skrunkle-Doo. Remember, he like ate that guy's face off. And then this turns out to be like, it goes from a comedy bit to being like an analog horror thing, where it turns out I got like one specific version of Scooby-Doo as a kid that was really fucked up and weird and had like red glowy eyes. And it had to do with like dog people invading. And then there's like a whole bunch of other like weird Scooby-Doos. And it has to like deal with the fact that dog spelled backwards is God. And so Scooby-Doo backwards is like odd God. And it deals back with like the ancient ones. You know, it's got like Lovecraftian elements to it. SCP-D00. Scooby-Doo. Spooky-Doo. My favorite Scooby-Doo fact is that he was specifically designed to have all the traits that are not desirable in a Great Dane. That's real though. Joe, I feel like you've been watching too much modern Garfield. It's like really late season Scooby. The thing is, right, and this probably puts me, it's one of those things, it's like Garfield and like Peanuts, where all my life people are like, I love these shows. They're so favorite. They're so funny. I've never liked any of these shows, and it baffles me that every year we get another version of it, where they're like, these characters are just so iconic, we have to reuse them over and over forever. It makes me think that, like, Scooby-Doo is some sort of, like, eldritch being, where, like, if we went back to the 1800s, there's, like a Scapple Doc. The name is slightly different, but it was, like, a dog that uncovers, like, holy texts or something. Where, like, this idea of a dog flanked by four disciples that uncovers the mystery of truth is actually, like, an ancient thing going back to, like, Sumerian times. Bro is Scooby-Doo pills. Joe, what you're describing is Mystery Incorporated. Or unholy texts. Anubidoo. Yeah. They should make a video about Scooby-Doo. What's new, Scooby-Doo? They're coming after you. Yeah, there's something about the names where someone's like, and his other cousin, Scoobert Doobert. Scrapple Dop. Skibbity Toilet is a long ancestor of Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I never saw Mystery Incorporated. Did they say that, like, that Scooby-Doo was some sort of ancient Sumerian, like, elder thing? Was that the plot of it? I know it had lore. I wasn't sure how big the lore went. Skibbity dop dop dop. Yes, yes. Oh god. We've got Ash and her chill cousin. And our opponent has nothing. They're fucking done, son. They bricked. Yeah, Shaggy's canonical actual name is Norville Roberts. There can only be one. I think that doesn't bother me, right? I think I'm perfectly fine with that. We got a warrior, a fairy, and a zombie. Oh, all the Megazords are all the Megazords are machines, so that might be a problem. We just have to do things a little out of whack, but I think we can do it. Yeah, white layer, and then red layer. We get back the white layer. I can only make a single Megazord, but if all I make is the blue one, chat, then I can pop this and make the rest of them. Let's see. We had this. I've got so many cards in hand. It's crazy. Speaking of which, blue. Blue effect, give me Zaytan. Special summon Zaytan. And they surrender. Yeah, as to be expected. Rip Bozo. Ah, ninjas are so cool. Oh, I wonder if the last card was your... No, they would have waited. What was probably like evenly matched, right? It was either evenly matched or it was like one of these two. Or maybe it was like I don't know. I don't think you play this, or this, or this. You definitely don't play two of these. You don't play Yellow Dragon Ninja. I mean, who knows? Maybe my view of ninjas is off. But I wouldn't play him. Are they not all warriors? Yeah, wait. No, they're not all warriors. Enough of them are warriors that, like, I don't think you would want to use this. But yeah, the, like, Tobari the Sky Ninja is a winged beast. Mitsu's an insect. This guy's a beast. Geo is a rock, because he's solid. So you've got a bunch, and that's because all the fusions are two ninjas with different types. Most of the early ninjas are warriors. And the high level ones are like dinosaurs because they imbibe the spirit, you know? So they're different, but the thing is, right, like if you summon like a Hanzo, the idea is, right, like you summon a Hanzo and then you can either use Tobari or Mitsu to special summon another one. And then something that isn't a warrior, and then you make this, except under Teekboo, you wouldn't be able to make this because you already have a warrior face up. Yellow Dragon Ninja is a dinosaur. Gotcha. Alright, one more win, and we rank back up into Platinum 1. You know, I was going to do a big whole epic thing, you know, we got the Morpher and everything, but we're getting back to where we once belonged. We're getting back to where we were before everything. This one's a little tricksy. A little tricksy indeed. I think we can still do it, though. Very weird combo. Let's start with Green Layer. Green Layer activate, summon from hand. Imperm. Just as planned. That's why we activated it. They're like, I don't want you to get something like that out. So they've negated the Green Gentleman. But then there's a sudden incursion. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Summon a Super Quant from the deck. Blue Layer. This is where we reveal our ultimate power. I had 2 Power Ranger things. It would help if I had something I was going to say. Oh, and they had Dominus okay, they had 2 too. Okay, never mind. You know what? Zip it back up. Zip it back up. We'll do it later. Okay. Blue Layer. We're just, putting those back. Wait, I should have kept it for Red Layer. I'm dumb as hell. Alright. Well, they used 2 cards. Man with the Mark, maybe. I mean, they've got the one thing, so maybe it's just stun. Maybe they're big stun. Green in a Dream. The Man. Set Apophis. They have done that thing. The Man! No. I would prefer if you did not. Oh, they can just get that? Oh, it's 2 traps in the graveyard. Okay, yeah, we'll just do this too. I don't want you to deal with that. Aha! I see, I see. This is not of any use here, Batman. Apophis, the swamp deity. They don't have any monster effects, so the black layer does like nothing. And even if I kept blue layer, like I could tribute summon this and then get back the blue layer and then not be able to summon it. Battle phase. What does the mark, man with the mark actually say? Monsters you can destroy. Apophis monster. But he can be destroyed. He cannot. He protects himself. Oh, this card and Apophis monsters. Yeah, and then they're like never gonna activate a monster effect, so like these are like useless. Fuck, they got to another man. Wait, that's a thing. Well, fuck! They had the power of God and anime on their side, chat. Yeah, we just get this and hope. Oh no, green is negated. Whatever will we do? The divine serpent. Yeah, now I'm dead. Because every time this is basically like Dirt Spider Turbo. Every time they activate one, they get to do something. Yeah, you know what? We'll go ahead and do this. Discard this to cycle. This effect activates. Get back black layer. Now your men can't attack! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! We're men in tights. We roam around the forest looking for fights. We're men in tights. We roughen the rich and give to the poor, that's right. Two and a half men. Two men together, they get them yowie hands. A slightly large hand. To attack position. I'm not afraid of you. Maybe I should be. Summon. Haha! Ho ho! Okay, we get blue layer. Yo, listen up, here's a story about a blue girl and all her shit is blue. I see. Okay, battle face. Yeah, maybe I should have battle phased first and maybe see if I can get rid of the big hand of the big man. Yeah, I think we do this. No, Typhon, your win rate! Your win rate, Typhon! Ah, I see. We do this now. And then they Apophis, and we die. And because I was like, wait, why can I activate this? It's because the Typhon was negated. I can still summon. Yeah, and it's 20, 30, 40, 50, plus the other one, that's 68. Yup. Oh, sevens in the chat. Oh, sevens. It's weird because for some reason talking about the cadence of like they've got two mans with the marks, that made me think of Two Trucks, the song by Neil Cicierega. Are you familiar with the song Two Trucks, chat? Yeah, give me 1 second, because I gotta use the restroom anyway real quick. So here's the song Two Trucks. Yep, that song's only halfway done. We're not gonna listen to the other half of it, but you get the idea. It's like a completely absurd song. And for whatever reason, as soon as like they summon two man with the mark, everyone in chat like two man, and all I could think was like two man having sex, two men having sex. My muscles involuntarily flex. But it's like if you do that, suddenly the song's like even less silly than it already was. Like I took it as a silly thing and just been like, sure. Odeon can't fuck his own clone, right? This is what Earth Machine players listen to. Oh, it's been a long and lonely jank miss, trying to climb our way up. It's been a long and lonely jank miss. I'm getting hungry, I need to sup. That's what they call the supper, was to sup. You'd eat food. It's an old-timey way, you know, because every Christmas song was written in like 1942. And then they've just been like remaking them over and over again. Alright, we didn't get Ashed. That's weird. No Ash, no Maxi. Go forth, Super Quants. Ah. The trickiest version of the combo. Okay, so 1, a Tahoo, do I do this? Yeah. A 3. I forget, I remember you have to do this because you need to get him into the graveyard. So you like Mecha Phantom Beast, you do this. Then you attach the red. Then this comes out. We get an Alphin. Then we detach this. Detach the black layer. Negate the white layer. Black layer effect. Get the sudden incursion. I incur, Doctor. Doctor, do you incur? Special summon a Quant. We get blue. Yo, listen up. Here's a story. Blue guy, blue house. You understand. You've heard it all before. Get Zaytan. Activate Zaytan. Summon Zaytan. Change the level. Oh yeah, is that how we do it? You can make... Oh, this card's level. No. I would have made every level. That's the other one. Okay. And then we send green, because we have the Alphen Spike. And we summon... red? Yeah. And then green layer. We'll discard this. And red layer will just get us a card back. I think we take back the sudden incursion. That way we have it for next time. Yep, and they surrender. Wonderful Christmas Time by Paul McCartney. I like that it's like a newer Christmas song, but it always seemed really weird and kind of like alien to me, right? Like it's so empty. There's just like very echoing. It's just like the voices in like a void, and then this weird like wah wah wah. The time is here to do the thing. Da-da-da-da. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Like the chorus is good, and everything else around it is just kind of like weird sounding. Like every cover of it is somehow better than the original, except like it wasn't designed for instrumentation, so it always sounds kind of weird. I hate the bloopy synthesizer. Alright, it has been a long and hard-fought battle just to get back, to have a chance to go into Platinum 1. We've lost the coin toss again, but this time, we've got the power of Power Rangers on our side. Not only do we got the Morpher, not only do we got the outfit. The zipper got stuck, there we go. But surprise, I was wearing the holiday shirt underneath the whole time. Triple pack, god fucking damn it. I hate this. Why are there so many labyrinths and they're just playing like the fucking trap that like shuts off Ixies? All my Power Rangers are nothing. D-barrier, thank you. It's just D-barrier turbo. Dis barrier, D-barrier, duh barrier. Duh barrier. Hello, Arius. How's it going? 2 of them things. 2 of them things. Activate it now. Yeah, I guess we go ahead. I got a 3 card. And then we get to summon a butler. But... and you're like, now they can make a level, they can make Chaos Angel, but they'll give me another draw. No. I would prefer if you did not. Please chill. I told you to chill! You will remain negated until further notice! Okay, turn change. Draw phase. Hold down the button. Yeah. E-telly. Let's get blue. This misses timing. When you can. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Set a normal trap with a different name. It can't be activated this turn, though, right? They can set one from their hand, though. Or if they coup clock. Hello, clock. Well, we have a chance, chat. It's a very slim chance, but we have it. We can try to make the link if we don't fuck it up, but it's a completely different combo. Yeah, we weren't going to do that anyway. Not at this point. Not with this hand. Yep, we've just got to hope. Hope dangles very precariously. Okay, so we're going to activate this effect. Resummon. Change the level. No. Yep, they call Lixie. Oh, let me think. Yeah, we still want the white layer. Do we just get this out of the grave? Yeah. We haven't normal summoned yet, so we might be able to get red on that way. And then we get Alphen. We activate Alphen. Get black, white, red. I think we want to summon the white most of all. Choose wisely, opponent. Ah, it's the red. Well, no, this still works. Okay, so... Black searches the sudden incursion. White gives us an Alphin. And red will add the white back to our hand. Okay, so we get that. We get that. Black layer gets this. We have another black layer in the deck, right? Yeah. So we can activate the white layer by sending the blue layer on our field. We want the blue to shuffle... Yeah, blue shuffle herself and the field spell back. Field spell, herself, and the black layer, because we're about to get another black layer. Do not use the effect. We need it to remain higher than level 5. Then we sudden incursion. We don't control a dark, so we can summon black layer. Now we've got 3 high-level monsters of different attributes, which means we can make World Theological Demiurge! Behold! The Biblical Christmas Ball! And we will summon back... Fuck it, it don't matter. None of this matters. The white layer. Why not? And none of this matters because I will blow up the field. Get them all out. Everything. I want it all gone. Goodbye. Battle phase. 3,500. A biblically accurate Christmas. Oh, what do you got? Evenly matched? Do you want to evenly me for 1? And I can't Ixie. It'd be great if we could blue layer and then do stuff from there. We've only got the 1 normal summon, and we haven't used this effect yet. So I think we do go ahead and, like, summon this now and get a Zaytan, because that's a better extender. Spherical. And then we end. Now, granted, they are a trap deck. They have a lot of ways to out this. This thing is unaffected by monster effects. But if they can get a trap that gets rid of it, we're just, like, kind of doomed. But if they don't have a trap to get rid of it, they're going to have a lot of trouble dealing with this. Alright, so they're sending off the furniture. They get to set another one. The clock comes back. So they get to activate it instantly, and this lets them summon from the graveyard. I'm pretty sure they have to bounce their own card, though, if they use it this way. And then they get to reset that, and they get to re-grab that, and everything comes back. Big Welcome Engraved deals with it. They need a level 8. I mean, what do you think that is? Big Welcome summons a level 8. Ah, well, thank you. Let me go ahead. Yeah, we'll summon this back. We're trying our darndest out here, chat. We're hoping we can make our way through. But when they stop us from Ixie summoning every single turn, my only real hope is that we make it to main phase 1 and we can activate this. And then even if they bounce us, we wipe the field first. No, now they can just activate that during the standby and blow it up. Black layer. Yep, get this. That's not useful. And they did it in the draw phase. Yep. And then because they got the field, they get to pop a card. And then because of this, they get to pop a card. And then they get to reset Arius. And then they get to resummon that. And they get to bounce another thing. We tried our hardest. Does this actually work against Draco Tail is the question. Like, if Draco Tail goes first, what do you do? It's meant to fight Draco Tail, I feel like, but I feel like it wouldn't be able to most of the time. Red reboot, yeah. Draco Tail confuse on your turn. Up, and there's our one extender. Yep, and they can stop us from Ixie summoning, so we really have nothing else we can do. Everything else in our extra deck is an Ixie. Even if we could link some, like we could get out 4 monsters, like what would that do? They just have so many traps. They're doing this all in the draw phase. Yeah, so if you're wondering why we're ranking down, you know, this is like the 3rd or 4th time we've been in this situation, and this is the best we've done. Unfortunately, we just cannot beat this, like, trap-based deck if we go second. And we've always gone second against them. Of course it was right. Yeah, Genesis is the superior format. In every way. It's, you know, usually, if you don't know, I've had a thing, it started on Twitter, but it's continued over on Blue Sky, where every day I ask Master Duel to ban Maxi. And it started like, I've never been like outright mean, I feel like. Most of the time, the closest I get to being mean is like, this is objectively bad and I don't know why they keep going with it. But yesterday, what was it? I was supposed to do D&D and it got canceled, so I ended up hanging out with my friend. And my one friend, he's really big into D&D, or not D&D, Magic the Gathering. And so they just gave me like a commander deck and I just played like 4-person commander. We did that for a few hours. And it's like, that was really fun. I don't know. He plays with proxies or whatever, so it's like I could just print out a commander deck and do it that way. And then before that, so my most recent thing is just, I spent all day playing Genesis on unofficial simulators and trying out Magic the Gathering with friends. I had so much fun, I almost forgot to post the ban Maxi. And that's because I am just not thinking of Master Duel anymore in my spare time. You know, it's a real pity. I really wanted to like Master Duel. It seemed like it would be the best thing. But the absolutely asinine decisions from the devs have made it nearly unplayable. They have made it antithetical to fun. They seem committed to having it from start to finish be a Max C centric format where it's in 90% of decks. That's all you do. They got rid of like half the floodgates and they're like, the rest of them can stick around. They're like, we want a best of one format where who wins is a coin toss. And it's getting to the point where it's like, yeah, I'm past being angry. Now I'm just moving on. Like, if they don't fix this soon, I am not going to care when they do. I'm going to have already left the game. No option to play best of 3, yeah. I still don't think best of 3 would work on an online simulator, but when they put this out, they said TCG and OCG options. Play either format. And they didn't. If they just made a TCG option, that would be 1,000,000 times better than what they've got. Which is, you're not going to play TCG, you're not going to play OCG, you're going to play a dog shit version of the OCG format that is, I don't know, maybe slightly better than OCG. Best of 3 works on Magic the Gathering Arena. Is that a mobile game? They also said there'd be a tournament mode, yeah. I keep saying I quit. I'm just, you know, for me, it's taking a long time, especially because I'm invested in it, but like, I don't know, I'm making Genesis content that's doing better than the ladder climbs. Granted, we've got MBT on that. He gives a huge bump in views and everything. But like, shit, I've got MD Pro 3. I could just play that. Like, if they've got an unofficial simulator that looks like Master Duel, even if you gotta jump through a bunch of hoops to get to it, even if the online play is not good and it looks weird, I can play a game without Max C. And that is more important to me than having an official simulator, than having an official game, than being able to, like, play in the format. Best of 3 is how Yu-Gi-Oh! Is meant to be played. It's how the cards are designed. To a certain extent, but also, like, you could alter a ban list that made best of 1 viable. They didn't. They don't. I love MD Pro 3. I don't. It's, you know, I've if you don't know, MD Pro 3 or Bastard Duel is what I've been using to play Genesis Apocalypse. And like, you know, it looks neat, but it lags. It takes a while for things to get updated. There's not nearly as many quality of life options. Setting up an online duel is surprisingly difficult. It's very complicated. It's hard for me to like recommend go download this. But all of that pales in comparison to like how bad this format is. We've tried nothing and it, yeah. Again, I won't say that they've tried nothing. That's the worst part, right? Like, if they just absolutely didn't care, maybe that... But, like, clearly they care enough to ban, like, Skill Drain. Clearly they care enough to ban Appaloosa. They did it, like, a year after it should have been banned, but they did it. I've been really liking Omega. I really like the Omega devs are, like, really nice. At least in my experience, and their client, the thing is, their client runs really well, but it's the visuals, the animations for them, it's so hard to keep track of what's going on to me. You like you attack something, or not attack, you activate an effect that like blows up the field, and it's just like, ching, everything goes to the, it's like, what happened? There's no like pop-up, there's no like here, there's no like, here's what's been chained, here's the text highlighted. Someone activates like, what was it? Hand destruction, right? On Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega. Or not hand, card destruction. And it just like, Comes down, your hand's gone, 5 new cards. It happens so fast. It's so instantaneous. It's like, maybe, but that's the thing I found is like every time I try to do a series on that, it's so hard to keep track of what's going on. Like, I would prefer Dueling Book to Omega, just because at least in Dueling Book we can control the speed of everything. Is Joe ending? I'm thinking about ending it. I don't know, because at this point we've already been here for the 4 hours. Even if I went for an extra 2 hours, could I get into Diamond? I don't know, I'm struggling just to get into Platinum 1. And we've already run out of, like, options for the deck other than adding Fiendsmith, and I'm not going to add Fiendsmith. No blueprints. Yeah, like, it's like, we could just play blueprints. That would be funner. Well, we'll try one more. We'll see if we can get a little thing, get into Platinum 1. We'll go until we lose. Okay, we're not bricked. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We'll do this Chain Link 1. We'll do this Chain Link 2. Select Maxi. So that's negated. We're going to discard the Moonlit Chill. Then we're going to normal summon this. Activate the effect. Send this. Summon Alphen. Tribute. Do we still do it like this? I think we do blue layer here, actually. Because we've already got black. Okay, white layer comes out. Send those 2 off. Yeah. Do this. Summon black, blue layer. White. Send Alphen to send Alphen. Blue, I think we just put Zaytan back. Send to the graveyard. Yeah, the white layer. Summon blue layer. This gets me another Alphen. Blue can activate its effects, obviously. Okay. I'm going to use this. We're going to detach a material. Negate blue layer. Use this to get the sudden incursion. And then it's red, right? We have another red in the deck? Yeah. Yeah, we get red this way. Red, add back. Anything we haven't used? No. Just black layer. Mech field. Discard an Alphen. Get the Magna Liger. Discard the black layer. Get the Gram Pulse. Make 7 material Magnus. We at least got one more Magnus. If this is our final duel, we have summoned it one more time. Magnus, Magnus, king of the computer, king of Jankmas, perhaps. End our turn. Heavy polymerization. Uh-oh. I might be in danger, chat. Towers versus towers. Who is the stronger tower? Unaffected except for Lunalights, yep. Yep. And they opened with the heavy. I can't shuffle them back, chat. Welp. This was bound to happen. What does this do? This card is normal. You can add 1 Lunalight from your deck to your hand. Then discard 1 card. Okay. But you can't do that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna die anyway. I might as well die with my clown shoes on. Back into the deck with you. We'll get the last Alphen out. Foolish burial goods. Fuck. Perfume! Oh, you don't have a card to discard. Do you think that'll do something? Or you just want that in the grave? They think they just want that in the graveyard. Okay. Sure. Add 1 to the Magnope counter. And then trigger every effect possible. I'm not quite done yet. We will return Magnus and this to the extra deck. To the deck. Oh, and a red layer. We need one of those. We're recycling, baby! And then red layer will activate. We'll get the black layer on board. Unlike you, my monster floats. And then Magnus gets me Mech Beast, Mech Beast, Mech Beast. All the Zords return. You shall not be OTKing me this day. Now, there is only one thing that can beat us at this point, or one thing that can beat them, chat. And I'm not sure if they're smart about it. If they're smart about it, it's not going to be a problem for them. Okay. Destroy all special summoned monsters. Gotcha. So we banish these two. We put this back. We're going to activate Luster X to attach a monster from our field. So we get the black layer. And then we will use the Magna Carrier. We're doing it again! 1, 2, a 3. They will use it to destroy. I actually don't know how this resolves. It still resolves, baby! Magnus arrives! Then we get this effect. 1 material. It is very effective. We will add the sudden incursion. Then we will activate the sudden incursion and use the final effect. Come forth, my Magna Sword! They may be big, but we can be bigger! 4,800! Go forth, Magnus! Attack over the Lunalite! Cast off the sword! Oh, they can negate that. Damn. I wanted to be able to attack again. It would be really cool, Chad. Do like a big attack or whatever. Okay. Well. And we can't attach for some reason. Oh, it has to have at least 2 materials. Let's go ahead. Use the emergency teleport. Get blue. Blue effect. Get Zaytan. Card is normal or special summon, add. If a Lunalite, this can only be used. Okay, so we want this in the graveyard, so they just have no resources, right? So we summon this. Change the level, no. Activate. In this case, we're going to send green. Green, special summon, black from the deck. We're going to green, chain link 1, try to draw into a hand trap. Black, chain link 2. Is it better just to get Luster X, just to have a negate? Yeah, probably. Instead of popping at, we'll just do this. That might be enough. Oh, we can Zeus. The Zeus caboose is on the loose. I have another mech you might have heard of. Goodbye, blue layer. Okay, we've got a Zeus, we've got a negate, and we've got an Ash. Surely. Surely this can win us. Please, 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 please. Banish this, discard 1, summon 1 from your deck. Ash says no. The green layer. The one everyone told me was useless. Its draw effect is what saved us this day. And they will surrender to Dr. Man. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, are they? Yeah, they're just surrendering. They're like, please, end me. Kill me. Wow, what a back and forth battle. Even if we didn't quite make it all the way into Diamond, especially Master, I think this, this reminds me of the spirit of Jankmas. Just two big chunguses battling it out and somehow finding a way to win. Kudos to my opponent. Kudos to everyone watching. Kudos to Super Quants in general. This is why we play this bullshit game. If only this could happen more often. Okay, you know what, chat? Versus Luna Light. I think that's where we ended. I'm like, okay, we're one win away from Platinum. From Platinum 1? Who knows? We could go in and keep trying. But at the end of the day, why do we play this game? Is it so we can climb the ladder, or is it so we can have fun navigating interesting game states like that? It's for that. Getting up to Platinum 1 is not going to be more satisfying than outing the bigger towers and finding a way to win the game. Both. Yeah. I mean, obviously there's a chance we could have both. I'll do one more. I'll do one more, if nothing else. Then when, at the end screen, I can point and be like, we made it to Platinum 1 and have the Platinum 1 thing on there. A high-stakes battle. With the one coin toss by me. Will I be able to make Magnus? One more time. Ba, 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 ba. Boo, boop, boo, boo, boo. Ah, I see. A no good, very bad hand. I will normal summon Mini Malian. He's just a mini man. I will activate Mini Malian. Alright. That doesn't stop me. We will summon Blue. Blue effect. We will get Satan. We will activate Zaytan. Activate the effect. Yeah, we still send this, right? Yep. It's what we did last time, and it ended up working out for us. Alright, they didn't ash this. A critical point has been reached. Now granted, they could Nibiru us. That is still a chance. 1. A Tahoo. A 3. Crunch. How dramatic. Yeah, we will get white layer. And we will attach red layer. Do they have Nibiru? We will negate the white layer. Activate. Ash Blossom. I've already used the black layer effect. Yeah, I think that might cook us, unfortunately, chat. We can't get to Magnus from here. Have we used the black summon effect? Yeah. That's why we have the Luster X. Like, we could have used this to make... We could have used this to make red layer instead, and then detach that, but we would have had to pop one of our cards, so we still wouldn't have had it. Okay. Yep, we're just gonna have to try to go hard. Luster X. We activate this. We discard a card. We summon the blue. So we've got a Spell Trap Pop, a Monster Negate, Ghost Mourner, Maxi, and we can Black Layer. Phimena. Yeah, I guess we... No, actually, that's fine. Because we've got the Ghost Mourner. Okay, they do still get to get a trap. Oh, Ghoulamel. How ghoulish. And then they can set the K2. But then we can use this. Pop the K2. Activate the effect, shuffle back itself. No, we keep one here. Black Layer and Zaytan? Yeah. Continue your main phase. Nah, we're good. What was that? Place this, and if you do, add that to your hand. Brutal. Yeah, I mean, we do this. Do I have any... Yeah, I have to detach the red layer. Isn't that negated? No, it's only once per turn. Or it's only for that turn, I should say. Red layer, bring back... I think we bring back Alphen, actually. We want to keep the blue layer in case we summon that with this. Fusion, the Maxi. Do they have an Ash? Yeah. So they get to Maxi, we don't get to Maxi. You know, how's a little deck like Draco Tail supposed to compete without Maxi? I do this every time. But only because I see so many people like, how are decks supposed to compete without Maxi? Think of the meta decks, chat. Yeah, and then now because I don't, like, if I had that and it worked, then we would have material for black layer. I could maybe flip some stuff down. Yeah, otherwise we're just dead. Alright. We tried our best. It's way overtuned. The thing is, right, like, it's another one of those decks that is made infinitely more powerful because of Maxi. Not only does Maxi not stop Draco Tail, but they can recycle their own Maxi and use it every turn. If they Maxi and they draw into the card that lets them fusion summon on your turn, it makes them even more powerful going second. Yeah, it's fine in the TCG. Here, it's absolutely busted. And the thing is, it would, like, if you didn't have Maxi, Draco Tail would still be played. It's still a really good deck. It's a really good deck in Genesis with a whole bunch of shit limited. But for some reason, it's like, I guess the devs were like, but, you know, who would play Draco Tail if you couldn't recycle Maxi? But yeah, we're gonna call it there, chat. We had a good run, a good time. We made it as far as we could. Super Quant, you know, it's Jankmas. This deck isn't supposed to make it that far. I feel like, you know, if we kept going, really what we needed to do was just win a whole bunch of coin tosses. If we won enough coin tosses, eventually, we would have gotten into Plat 1, or not Plat, we would have gotten into Diamond. Master, I'm not so sure about. The important part is the fun we had along the way. Now that being said, stream's not over. We're still gonna be doing stuff. We still got things we gotta get going to. But we're gonna be switching over away from Yu-Gi-Oh! If you just like Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll be back at it again on tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be playing. I'm gonna try to do a holiday thing with Wham Bam. I don't know, they gave me this, they're like, oh, I got this really good idea for a holiday duel. And they're like, and the only thing you gotta do is have a modded version of Edo Pro that uses this thing made by a guy I know. And I haven't been able to get it to work. And it doesn't, like, appeal. I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't appeal to me at all. But I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to help people out. If a smaller channel wants to collaborate, I'm trying to go with it. It sounds sketchy. MBT's done it before. What it is, it's a randomizer where basically you can take the art from cards and then randomize the effects. So you might have something with the stats of a Karibo, but the effect of, like, Slayer Eto or whatever its name is. And then the neat thing about it is, if you and your opponent each use your own randomized seed, then you won't be able to read each other's card effects. So it's supposed to simulate the feeling of being in the anime, where you don't know what's going on, because you can't read your opponent's cards. So, like, he'll summon a monster and it'll do, like, I'll see an effect activate, He knows what it does, but I'll kind of have to use context clues to figure out how it works. I'm down to try that. The thing for me, right, is it, to me, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is already the most complicated card game. It already has a card pool that does not see, like, most of the cards used. I feel like there's so much to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't have to make it even harder. Is it going to be on your channel or his? It's going to be on his channel, but I'm going to be recording it on stream, if we can get it to work. So yeah, we're randomizing, but we're specifically playing with cards from the advent calendars. Which, to be fair, when he first told me about this is what I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to be playing with the advent calendar cards, and it would just be like a goofy, like, holiday-themed thing. And now I'm, like, trying to figure out how like, Python works. What did I miss? So yeah, we'll be doing that, and then afterwards we'll be playing Masochist. So tomorrow's going to be, like, all Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless that doesn't work out, then maybe we'll play some Blueprints. Next week, I'm probably going to have a stream on Tuesday, but we will not be having a Thursday stream because that's Christmas, and I will be at my family's on Christmas. In general, I'm also not recording a Genesis next week. MBT said he might be able to do it another day, so we might be able to get one in so you don't miss a week. But I'm basically, next week, I'm reducing the amount of stuff I do so I can hang out with friends on Christmas Eve and hang out with family on Christmas. And as a result, the week after Christmas, there's going to be like a little bit of a content drought. You're not going to have as much. But you will have Masochist, if nothing else. So there's that. And then for now, we're going to switch over to Blueprints, which is a fun game I've been playing. Although, before, I do need to get some dinner before it gets too late. Fortunately, I have something I can just cook up in the air fryer real quick. Some raviolis. So we're going to make some raviolis. And we're going to switch over. Oops. I always forget. I'm not on the proper account to play the rest of my Steam library. If you'd like to stay for that, I think you'll have a fun time. I think it'll be good. Why Xbox? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And if you didn't get one, you gotta type evaded in the chat. I'm gonna head off. Have a good one, Miss Hanamura. Ravioli, ravioli. So yeah, we're just going to chill out. We're going to have some puzzle solving times. Don't you like puzzles, chat? And while I'm gone, he was here before. It's a 30-minute video.
It all...
I love him. Can we listen to Funky Town Slurmcore? Yeah, I was thinking there was a Yugi-tuber here before who made, like, some pretty cool videos. I was like, oh, we could play that and then maybe talk about it. But it's like a half an hour long, and I don't think it's going to take me that long to get my food or eat my food. So, yeah, I think I will just play, like, some Slurmcore. Y'all like Slurmcore? I missed the finale. How was the climb? It was good up until the end. The ending, it had its moments, but everyone came back from, like, the thing to get gems. I can turn this down. Very ominous sounding. And now for something that isn't ominous sounding. As long as I can window capture. Was there a new addition to the Shoobity Bop? No, not that I know of. Okay, enough of that for now. We'll come back to that. I've got the air fryer warming up. We'll start the blueprints. And then we'll go back. I'll have to put the stuff actually in after it's done warming up. Why is it called Slurmcore? Does it make you want to whammy wham wham wazzle? Yeah, kinda. And doesn't it make you want to whammy wham wham wazzle? Oh yeah, the guy who made the Shoobity Bop made a sequel. Alright. I'm going to refrain from explaining exactly what this is. I'm just going to start playing, and you know, if you have questions, chat, you can ask. Okay, first things first, we get our allowance, then we turn around immediately. Is there a reason to go back to the apple orchard? I don't think there is. I think once we've unlocked it, we've got it, but might as well start with the shed. The shelter! Huh. I haven't gotten this before. Trading post. Protects you from the negative effects of the next 3 red rooms. I'm doing that. Why does 2 plus 2 equal 4? Because math. Whoa. I see. Time lock safe. Canned water. Welcome to the Mount Holly Bomb Shelter. Can be accessed by setting the unlock date and time. You can use any date and timer as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. It will remain open for 4 hours. Fuck, I don't know what day it is, chat. Radiation. A measurement of the radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. They're often spiked by the experiments conducted in the laboratory. If the reading is 12 USV or higher, emergency protocols will initiate and all doors in the house will automatically unlock. Huh. Where did you get your top hat? Fuck. I forget. It's been a few years at this point. I used to have the box sitting around here, and I think I threw it out. I just did like a Google search for places that make top hats and like found a company. Oh wait, is it inside? Yeah. Ferrecci. Los Angeles, California. Take a measurement. Current levels are low. Log into network. I still don't know the password. Okay, 1 second. Everything beeped. Let's go ahead real quick. Game settings. Turn that back down. More Slurmcore. I'll be right back. Hardleg dance. Hardleg dance. This one kind of bangs. The last one was offensive to listen to. It's really interesting, if nothing else, you know. Everyone I've showed Slurmcore to, a lot of people are like, but everyone kind of likes one song, but it feels like it's a different song every time. It's very strange. Okay. What else is there? Something about this painting, chat. Okay, so you should know, this is the kind of game where if you want to solve the puzzles, you gotta take notes. You gotta take notes and you gotta do things. So we're gonna save this. I've got a blueprints folder, and we're gonna call it Shelter Painting. And specifically, let me see if I might be able to do this in the game. Or on the screen. What happens if I flip it vertically? No, that doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. I was like, it looks like... Or maybe it's one of those things where you can, like, put them together. You know what I'm talking about? You've seen those where they've got an image and you, like, fold it so that the two sides meet. It looks like it might be one of those, although I'm not going to go into Photoshop and do it now. Canned fruits, canned water, and a note. Remain where you are for now. Given that the Red Guard is due tomorrow, we've agreed with your plan and have disabled remote access to the other terminals and sealed the network mainframe. Regardless of the danger, I am not willing to risk removing Shelter from the draft pool while the three of you are down there. Our best bet is to sit tight and hope for a bit of luck. I see. Vitamins. So someone was hiding down here, and they got a safe. At the history, it doesn't tell me what day I'm on, though. If I knew what today's date was, I could open this safe. Okay. You know, we could take a little out of, it's a puzzle game. What day does Blueprints start on? Because realistically, if this was real life, I would know what day it is. Day 1 is November 7th. Okay. So, if I'm on day, 23? I'm on day 35. I told you one time, I remember, yeah. So, real quick, we started on November 7th, and I just said it's 35? 35 days from November 7th. That counted as day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay, so it's December 11th today. If I'm calculating this correctly. And you start at like 9 a.m. So let's set it for 11 a.m. It'll be open for 4 hours. And I'm going to explore the house a little bit. Now let's set it for 1 p.m. actually. Oh, wait, I said it was December 11th. Okay. I almost said it for yesterday. December 11th, 1 p.m. Gotcha. Oh, I can't go over there? Okay. Yeah, I believe they told you that at the start. And realistically, I feel like I would keep track of what day it is. I would have, like, access to a calendar. Do we drop a coin in here? No. No. Okay, going back into the house. Haven't opened anything yet. The den. The den will give us a clock. And that'll let us know exactly. It is currently like almost 10 a.m. So we got time. It opens it, I set it for 1 p.m. and it stays open for 4 hours. Okay, we got some time. Pantry? Yeah, go through the pantry. A delicious orange. Parlor, or do we just storeroom? Yeah, I think we got enough exits as it is. We'll just storeroom. Storeroom, and I want to get... There's one room that only appears in the corners that lets you change how rare a room is. Do I have the chess piece for the storeroom already? Where's my blueprints folder? There it is. Den, dining room, drafting, drawing, freezer, guest bedroom, reading nook, security, solarium, study. Okay, I don't. So let's go ahead and take a picture of this. I still don't know what I'm using this for, chat. But I noticed there are chess pieces in every room, and it's going to be useful eventually. So, storeroom, and this is a white pawn. Okay, so let's try to go to the other one. It is... Okay, it's still 9. I think they said an hour is every 7 minutes. Ooh, real quick, before we leave this room, if I hit escape, time still moves while I'm in escape. Okay, I cannot pause time. That's gonna be important if I start eating stuff. Yeah, we're trying to get into that corner, so we're gonna spare room. Even though it has nothing in it. Pretty sure, yeah. Damn, we didn't get it this time. Observatory can give us some cool stuff, though. Let's try that. 28. Okay, well, this is an extra key. What is this one? Is that the skull one? I don't think it is. It might be the skull one. Or is it the diamond? Wait, do they always add up? If we got the key, if that's 8 and we're on 28, then we would need 20. Okay, it's Feralis. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. So they add up the combinations. And we've already got the observatory room. We don't have any items for the workshop. We might get one eventually. We get an item in the workshop. Who knows what'll be in the safe? But security is probably safer. Security, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna set the keycard system Low for now. Inventory? Yeah, I didn't miss anything. I rarely do. Get a nook. Yeah, that's a good nook placement. Granted, we only got one gem. So maybe we ought to come back. Library. Yeah, we'll come back to the library once we get more gems. Remember where you needed to go for the security password puzzle? No. I didn't think we had any idea what to do with the security password puzzle. There's a clock in here, so it's still... It's like 10 something. Drawing room. Closet. Yeah, we've still got a lot of exits. Let's try the closet. Oh, wait. I thought this was the... Okay. I got confused. For some reason, I thought that was like, oh, we could turn on the garage. No. Oh, a coupon book. Mildly useful. Okay. The attic. We don't have enough to go in the attic. Yep, I guess we gotta go in the foyer. Okay, give me 1 second. My thing went off. Toasted ravioli hours. Darn. Yep, maybe I should have gone back and gotten more gems. Oh, did I forget to change? I forgot to change the thing over. My apologies. Give me 1 second. I'll change the setting. Creator dashboard. Stream manager. Edit stream info. We're playing Blueprints. There we go. The safe house. I don't think I've ever seen that. Yep, okay. Courtyard. Parlor. Hallway. Hallways are always unlocked. Yeah, this gives us the most options for going up. Also, I don't have a gem anyway. Yeah, this gets me more gems. Yeah, we'll do this. Wind-up key. Alright, what do the boxes say today? Only one box is true. The black box contains the gems. The blue box contains the gems. So here's the thing, chat. If this was true, then this would be the only box that is true. Which means these two boxes are both false. Which means the gems must be in the blue box. Pardon me. And if this is false, and both of these boxes are true, that would make sense. The fuck? Only one box is true. Yeah, if this is true, then it's talking about itself, and these two are false. Is it a 50-50? If this is false, then like both do... No, that couldn't be it. If this was false, then both boxes are true, and both boxes can't be true. Oh, this said the blue box contains the gems. I thought it said the black box. My brain got confuzzled. No, there's a way to do this. I'm dumb. Well, I just ruined everything. Soiled it. Soiled it. The chapel. Yeah. Oh, the piggy bank is open forever. That's good. I thought I would have to light those candles again. If you have exactly 2 hallways, you double your keys. Yeah, guess I get a bunch of keys. Can I get some You want keys, do ya? Have all the keys in the world. Okay, it's gotta be near noon now, right? Let's go back. Maybe we can find a bedroom from the main hall. Those are locked off anyway, so there's no shame in just making a dead end. Yeah, I need a green. Yep, might as well. Just gives me 2 more steps. Bedrooms sometimes contain... Yeah, have all the keys in the world! Commissary. No, I need gems for that. Damn it. Coin purse. Yep, if I had gems, if I hadn't fucked up the gems, I'd be good. Can I combine these two? No. Okay. What time is it? This doesn't have a clock. I'm just wasting steps. It's almost noon. Okay. Take a moment then, chat. Enjoy some delicious toasted ravioli. But also, now that you've been watching for like 5-10 minutes, if you haven't watched before and you have any questions, it's a good time to ask. Is there anything you're confused about or curious about? Oh, you got Max E during your masochist run. I missed that. I thought you were like, Jank missed Bless. I obtained a Max E. I was like, that's not too bad. That's pretty easy. You just craft one. Why is 2 plus 3 equals 5? If you have 2 things and 3 things, then you have 5 things. You can just count the things in real life. Is the goal of the game to get the estate? Yes. And in order to get to the estate, you have to find the secret hidden room. The 46th room. If you count the grids, there are 45 rooms normally. Whoa, I know. I was surprised too. How are rooms unlocked? When you say unlocked, because like literally they're unlocked with keys. You have to just open the doorway and then you go into them. You start with certain ones in the draft pool, like there are options, and then like there's ways to add new rooms, and also like certain rooms only spawn in certain places. I went to the corners specifically because there's a room that only can spawn in the 4 corners, and it's rare. There's like different rarities. There's a garage that can only spawn on the left-hand side of the house. There's, what's it called? A greenhouse that can only spawn on the very right side. And like, the outer room that I went to at the very beginning and found the shelter, that you had to unlock by finding a garage and then finding a supply room that lets you turn on power to the garage so that you can open the room and leave it. So they're not stationary? No. Every day, the house resets and all the rooms change where they are except the entrance hall. That's always the same. And the foundation. Which, what was it? The foundation is different on everyone's game, but once you find it, it's in that place for your game for the rest of the game. Also, anything that you find in the house, any items, money, or gems, or keys, you aren't allowed to take with you from day to day. So, getting all these keys, for instance, isn't going to work out very well for me if I can't unlock a lot of the rooms. Some rooms require gems in order to get them. Time moves very slowly. Not as slowly as real life, but it does move. Yeah, so every day your house is like a slightly different maze. How are your ravs? Delicious. You can actually look back. Like this was my very first attempt of what maze I made. And then they rate your village on like, oh, you have a scarlet villa because it's moderately sized and had a lot of red rooms. This had more red rooms than everything. This was a red villa. A respectable inn because I had a bunch of bedrooms. An east-facing villa because it, you know, everything on the east but nothing on the west side. An ordinary inn. A sizable manor. A rustic villa. A red cottage. I got locked off really early. A garden villa because it's a lot of green rooms. And yes, oh. Huh. Oh, architect's villa, because okay. I was like, wait, I never noticed that before. Yeah, the ravs are amazing. They must really like architecture or else interior design. One of those two. The one thing I'm worried about is like if I got the day wrong and it doesn't open, it like opened yesterday or it doesn't open till tomorrow, I'm gonna be sad that I wasted all this time waiting. It is open for 4 hours though, so once it does open, I have the time. And if you're curious why I didn't just go further or why I don't explore more, pardon me. Over in the top left corner, there's the step counter. Every time I exit a room, that goes up by 1. If it gets to 0, you have to call it for the day. So moving back and forth between rooms or exploring more, like there's a cost to like going so far. I can't just go as far as I want and then turn around. Or I can, but I might be out of steps. Does it end the run at a specific time? No, you're not timed like actually timed. At least not for most puzzles. Obviously, the time saved in the shelter has a puzzle element or timed element to it. There's also a rare room that can spawn, I think only in the upper ranks, like the upper levels, is a clock tower. In the clock tower, all the clocks display the regular time except for one. This one is stuck at 1:30. I took a picture of it. And so I thought because this room has the big clock and a whole bunch of other clocks that if I was here at 1:30 something would happen. But I waited around and nothing happened. I didn't get into here. So I'm thinking the puzzle is get to the clock tower at 1:30. Which would mean like really dashing through and trying to get to the end and hoping you do it in time. Does it end the run at a specific time? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever gotten anywhere close to midnight because with every hour taking like 7 minutes, if you start at 9 a.m., how long would that take you? There's a puzzle for you. Okay, I think it's close enough we can get headed over there. Yeah, so exiting the grounds takes a step. If I go through here, it takes a step. When you're outside, it's not as clear how long a step takes. But I've noticed they've basically divided the grounds outside into a bunch of rooms. Is it open? No, it's not open yet. Should be opening soon, though. Any minute now. Oh, I can go over here. Shit. Nothing written on the bottom of the stairs? No? Okay. A watch safe never opens. Unfortunately, there's not a clock in this room. Exploring around, clicking on stuff. Well, there we go. Take a picture of this. The red envelopes reveal stuff about the story. Also, I think I need to get a certain number of them for, like, the proper ending or something. Red letter 7. We've got 4, 5, 6, now 7 and 8. And I take a picture of the outside because they all look slightly different. The letters are, like, in different things. This is Roman numerals, which makes me think it's part of a puzzle too. Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably well with me and my father, and I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicion that I have harbored these past 3 years, suspicion aimed entirely at yourself. Oh, okay, so this is my wait, no. This is, I believe, written to our uncle. And Cousin Mary is my character's mom. My mom disappeared mysteriously. I think she fled the country. So this must be like my cousin or my great cousin or something? I don't know. While I have never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 4 years ago. The circulating rumor of those months did nothing but further reinforce my conviction in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I am aware of the cost my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit the confusion I reached may have been flawed. The conclusions I reached may have been flawed. Oop. There we go. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under the cover of night across the red border to the southern seafront. And I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing, a date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist as some have claimed, I believe this scenario entirely plausible, and the fact that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given renewed optimism that she is still alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtains draped across our skies are pulled back, and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open. In that distant land, I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Courtney. Yeah, it's kind of what I suspected. I wasn't sure how involved the uncle was in helping her, because he's very much like, I don't want to get involved in anything political. But that note mixed with this note makes me think that she was hiding here. In this very room, perhaps. And if nothing else, I got a gem. So now I can proceed through the estate. And maybe actually open up something good that gets me more gems, so that I am not completely locked and I can make some progress. Where did she defecate? Impossible to say. Who knows? I don't think the programmers programmed that part. Let's see. Running in the 90s. Now we're running on through the house. Of course, even if we get gems at this point, we're running out of steps very quickly. And yeah, this, if you're curious about the piggy bank, I got this by solving a puzzle that involved lighting these two things. Every time you enter the red, the chapel, usually, you have to pay $1. One of the things the shelter does is it turns off the downsides of the red room, so I didn't have to pay one this time. By solving this, we get the piggy bank, which every dollar we've paid so far will be in there. So at one point, if I need a bunch of money, I have the opportunity to get it. Yep. All of these are dead ends except the kennel. But we get to pet a puppy. Oh, who's a good boy? Who's a good pupper? He's just a papa-poo. Two workshops. Why do I got two workshops? The House of Mirrors is a dead end. I need 2 gems to get this. We just gotta do the workshop. A battery. Can I make a battery-powered coin post? No. Battery-powered coupon book? No, I didn't think so. Okay, we'll use one of our many keys. I could just get the freezer. Oh, it only freezes my money and gems, and then it won't reset until tomorrow. But I have hardly any gems. Yeah, I think we just continue. Classroom? No. Mailroom? Dining room? That gives us the potential. It's like, if we can make it to rank 8 and then come back, we can get a food that gives us 20 more steps. The rank is how vertical you are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to get up 3 more rooms, but then we can get there. This also lets us spiral in on ourselves a little bit. Nursery. When you draft another green room, but the green rooms cost gems. I think we have to do the commissary. Maybe we can buy some gems. Yeah. We got the coupons, so they cost less. Go ahead and get the salt shaker while we're here. Can I afford the shovel too? No. I should have gotten the shovel. Okay, so now we got many gems. Food for sale. And everything else is a dead end, although we do need to explore the bathroom. But bathrooms spawn pretty normally. Do I have enough for a banana? Chef salad for every green room in our house. How many green rooms do we have? None. Yeah, we just get a banana. A salty banana. There's the courtyard. That's what I was looking for. That's what I'm counting on. Oh, look at all those flower gems. Why is the banana mad? It's not. I put salt on it. To be fair, maybe that's why it's mad. Maybe it's doubly salty. Why is it mad? Because it's been assaulted. Ha ha ha. Oh, hey. The attic. We wanted to do this. There's apparently a clue in here, along with a whole bunch of items, and we have 2 workshops, so Maybe we can find something. Oh. Deposit box key. I would need a vault. What's he pointing at, chat? Actually, I know what he's pointing at, but I don't know what that has to do with anything. Oh. Also, chess piece. Okay, let's save this as... This is attic, white bishop. Yeah, I haven't seen the clue. Explore more in depth. There's a chair in here. A red wagon. April 12th. Dates are very important. Hello? Is this thing on? Reading back all the things. Yes. Ah, good. You didn't leave immediately. I wonder, what did that look like for you, chat? Did I do one of those things where I was like, and I got stuck on like one syllable? Or did I just, did everything just go black? It looked like death to me. Everything went black. That makes sense because I had a blackout. For whatever reason, all the power went in the house went out. I don't know why. It ain't raining outside. It ain't storming. It's a little windy. It's a little windy outside. I didn't, like, you know, I knew my house wasn't great. I didn't think it was like a little bit of wind would knock the power out. Oh. Now, the problem, as we discovered last time the game froze, if you don't complete a thing, it doesn't save. Which I believe means all the progress we would have made is now not made. Yeah, I did not save a picture of that letter. It was halfway through saving. I am curious, did it count? No, it didn't count the letter. Well, maybe we'll get lucky, chat. Maybe the thing will be there again, And we'll remember that it's December 11th. Except this time we'll set it for like 10 a.m. The wind huffed and puffed and blew out the power grid, but only for a moment. Welcome back to the shelter. Okay. Real quick. Time lock safe. Set unlock date. It's December 11th at 10 a.m. Yeah, 10 a.m. All right. And just in case it counts, like, do we look at the note? Yeah, we looked at the note. Already got a picture of this. We didn't click on the cans or the water. Let's go ahead. Let's double check and make sure it's at least an hour in advance and we didn't mess it up. I think every game starts at 8 a.m. I'm not exactly sure. But we about to find out. Because there's almost always a den up here. Corridor, yeah. Ooh, a wine cellar. A storeroom's usually better. 3 gems is a lot. 3 gems or 2 gems and a key. If it's anything like last time, getting keys will be easy. There's a clock outside in front of the house. I did not know that. Also, I haven't been in the wine cellar since I learned to click on everything. I'm not gonna literally click on every bottle, but... Huh. This one is missing a cork. Does that mean something? Probably not. Doesn't look like there's anything here. I've been wrong before, though. Oh, yeah. Here's a clock. Yep, so it starts at... Yeah, it's 9:30 now. So we set it for 10. It should be opening soon. Hallway, yeah, we want to get over to that corner. We're still trying to find our way. Maybe we'll get that rare room. No. Nope, it's just a reading nook. Which is fine, you know. I'll take a key. And then we go into the library. The clock said 8:30. Oh, did it? Even better. Okay, so there's a coupon book. Some things are like entirely random and some are not. This is a different layout than we got. Go ahead and do that. Ooh, the bookshop. If we can get a whole bunch of money, this could be really important, chat. We need the first edition History of Ordinia, which is $50. That's a lot. Did I take a picture of the library chess piece? Yes, or the bookshop chess piece, I should say. Okay, we now have a quest, chat. Get a lot of money. Hopefully this isn't a dead end. God fucking damn. Why would they do that? Why would they program it to do this? It's a starting hallway, and they're like, yeah, you know what? Let's get 2 dead ends and a dead end. Well, I guess that's a day. Yeah, we just got nothing to do but go wait for that safe to open. The house is full of, like, where is it? The room directory. Could have been a spare room. Could have been... It wouldn't have been a locker room. Could have been a den. I guess a surprising number of these turn left. I know in the future, you know. I guess go in the middle room first. Although these don't always curve this way. Do they? Yeah, because we don't necessarily... Like, we entered the bookshop through this one. So if we'd done that, then it would have gone up and to the right. You should toss your coins into the fountain. Yeah, might as well. Oh, can I only toss 1 coin into the fountain each day? Okay, so it's not as much like a, it's not as much of a piggy bank as I thought. Yeah, they can be rotated. Yep, I guess I'll just go stare at the wall like I'm in the Blair Witch Project or something. Bro wanted to make... I wanted to just take my pockets and be like, here. I have a lot of wishes, chat. Bro doesn't believe in banks. My uncle doesn't believe in banks. No, we're gonna stare at it this time. Come down to a Hardleg stream. Thrill and excitement as he stares at a safe. Eating delicious corn chips. It's all Hardleg knows how to do is eat corn chips and stare. You didn't offer a corn chip? Alright, safe. Would you like a delicious corn chip? I can offer you 1 corn chip. Salty, but not too salty. Delicious Santias. Only $2.99. And I got it for even cheaper. So, you know, they market it as a discount corn chip, but it's actually pretty good. You know, I went into this not quite sure if it would be worth the $2.99. Especially, they sell it at $2.79. And I'm like, well, there's no way. There's no way they can give you quality corn value. But at the same time, I'm also painfully aware that Frito-Lay made like $1 million of profit. And so it probably costs them like 1/4 of what they actually charge to make the corn chip. And then they're just skimming all the extra money off the top. You know, they're like, oh, well, there's inflation or whatever, and there's not inflation, at least not big enough. They just want more money for the shareholders. So they continually, like, bag slightly smaller, slightly less chips in there, a little bit more air, make the chips with a little bit less corn. You're just shrinking it down. So what you're getting is like 60 cents worth of chips, but they charge like $4.99 for it. So, you know, that's what I'm thinking is like the actual cost of chips plus like getting everything sent out and put into the stores and everything, $2.99. Does Frito-Lay have a tortilla chip? I'm pretty sure. If all of this doesn't convince you, I don't know what will. It's delicious corn chip. Yeah, you had your chance. Yeah. If you don't eat it, I'm going to. Is that what you want? You want to see me eat it? Will eating unlock the shock, so to speak? Are you one of them weirdos? I hope not. That is a mighty fine corn chip. You can taste just a hint of the corn, lightly salted. Delicious. You're missing out. You could have had corn chips, and instead, look at you, chipless. Now look what you're getting. Half a corn chip. The next one's going to be even smaller. They're only going to get more broken from here. So you can open now and get your half corn chip and be happy with getting it. Or... no? Nothing? Are you shy? If I look away, will it help? Maybe I just, I didn't see anything open, you know. Who knows what could be happening over there? I put the chip away and now it's open. I think the chips was keeping them away, chat. Was there an animation or was it just open suddenly? Did it just like chunk or did it actually like... I thought it would creak open or something. Well... the door swung open. Yeah, I put away my chips. I turned around, so I don't know. Yeah, me either. I was like, I'm putting the chips away. It clearly doesn't want chips. What happened to cause your stream to end? The power went out. The wind blew too hard. And it reset the entire day. Also, if you're curious, there was that painting earlier where it was like the guy and like the two kids like standing somewhere. And I think they were clearly standing, I think it was here, or it might have been down there. I think it was down there. But either way, he's pointing this direction. So the thing is like him sitting here, standing here, and pointing down there. And if you look down there, there's like some kind of hidden underground room with like arches and shit. I don't know how you get down there, or if you can. But he's trying to tell you, like, check it out. There's shit down there. I guess while we're here, we could check out the orchard. I mean, we already locked off the house. It's the smallest house I've ever made, I think. Bullshit. I do like, they're like, we don't need to have animations for like running or whatever. You can just glide along like a ghost. Like a ghost in the night. Yep, no way to turn those on. I already turned that switch, that's why there's a flame. Use this to tell what time it is. Yep, and we've already read that note. No apples. Alright, well. So much for day 35. It's a humble bungalow. Just a wee little bungalow. New rooms. What new room? Oh, the shelter. I forgot about that. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, I think Simon's a ghost because he hovers over everything. Get my allowance. Outdoor room, outdoor room. Wonder if we'll see something else so soon. Outdoor room, outdoor room. Getting all the things we don't do. Oh, 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 oh. Trading post. I haven't been in here yet. I don't have any items worth trading, but maybe they'll give me one. Oh. Dynamite is a little too dangerous to pick up. Oh, it's one of these boxes. Okay, so they need to be yellow. Interesting. So they only go up, it seems like? The symbols on the corners and the colors. What about them? Oh, it's like the yellow flag. The mountain flag. Okay, so this one just seems to rotate these around. There we go. And yeah, they only go up. Oh. Rotates all the ones adjacent to it. So if we want them all to go up, we need to move this down. Oh, we can't, because then now there's no way for the yellow to get... Yeah. Resets. Yeah, we need to get the yellow squares onto all of these. So... we move this up. We move this up. Okay, how do we get one in the corner, though? Because that'll move it up. I wonder if I click this in, and then... okay, it unclicks. Oh, now I get it. There we go. Bada bingo. My allowance is raised by 2. Okay. Trading post. Okay, it won't let me buy anything. I have to have items. What the fuck? Yeah, did you understand what the thing was? Oh, I can't do it anymore now. Yeah, it was like the yellow box, every time you clicked on it, if there was a blank above it, it would move up. And the purple box would rotate everything around it. So you rotate it until they're next to each other, and then you move them up. Okay. New house, PogChamp. New house, PogChamp. What's this den? It's a den. We'll get that. Yep, we'll just storeroom. Just got back from the movies. Ah. They still making those? I thought people gave up on movies. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll get security. We'll go in there later. Ooh, a laboratory. Laboratory this early has a lot of potential. What experiments do they have? Okay, so while drafting, if you draft a drawing room, each time you unlock or bypass a security door, whenever you draft a shop, gain a key, gem, or die. A letter will be delivered to the mail room. Add 3 aquariums. We don't need an aquarium. I guess we want the random thing. I'm just trying to think the shops. Can I visit the shops now? Like, the commissary and the kitchen are the only shops that have ways through. Most of them are dead ends. But there are more shafts. It's like, it's either that or like the one drawing room. There's no guarantee I'll even get to a security. So we'll do that. All right. Yep, and then we're just going to go back. What we do now is go back. Yeah, hallway. Because again, I want to try the corners. Commissary. Experiment successful. 1 die. Okay. Get a shovel. And I think we need a gem. We've now got an item to trade, but I'd like to wait a little bit. 3 aquariums when you draft every room is broken. Literally broken! A patio! And we have the shovel! Hold up, chat. Okay. So first of all, let's use the shovel to dig. A worthless old brick! Bricks aren't worthless. You can build a whole house with bricks. Under the grill. Oh, gem. There we go. File cabinet key. Oh. We already have that. We know that that opens. Did I already get this and I just forgot? Let's see. Yeah, after last time, I'm redrawing. A pool. Ooh, but the kennel. We only have one option, but now that means we don't need keys. Every time we dig, we can unlock all the doors in that room. And we get to pet the pupper. Awoo! Can I get some awoos in the chat? Nothing of interest was buried here. Just a few pebbles. A few old coins. Awoo! Werewolves of London. Okay. Bark, 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 bark. Always do the same thing. Okay. Surely this won't give me 3 dead ends. No. Half my steps. Nah, I gotta go for the chapel. Ooh, the breaker box. No, I can't risk it after what happened last time. And I need gems. Is this the same puzzle from the last time? Are the puzzles standardized? Only one box is true. The black box contains gems. The blue box contains gems. Okay, let me see if we can figure this out again. See, before, for some reason, I thought this said the black box contains gems, and this says the white box contains gems. Okay, only one box is true. If... Yeah, that's the thing. Only one box is true. If this is true, then this is the only box that's true, and both of these are wrong. The black... Oh, okay, I was right before. I just got the wrong... So it's in the white box. Because if this is the only true box, then this is false. They're not in the black. This is false. They're not in the blue. They must be in the white. There we go. Ooh, the courtyard. Yes, yes. Awoo! Yeah, and the kennel is, if you dig in a room, you unlock all the doors in that room. So, you want to go for a green run and, like, not use any keys? There we go. The dark room. The reading nook. Yeah. I just gotta hope the library is facing the right way. Yes, that is what we wanted. Yeah, and also I can show you all the book I'm trying to get from the rare books shop is the history of Ordinia, which we already have. Also, this is another way to find out what date it is. I checked it out December 12th, which is today, because yesterday. This book was reviewed and cleared by the Fen Ares Central Board of Education. It has been edited to conform to our department standards, including the omissions of sections deemed inaccurate or unsuitable for public dissemination. So yeah, here's the history of Ordinia. The name used to designate the realms of the Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of the elder generation. We must permit our leaders to abandon our past. Clearly not edited at all. Yeah, I love the succeeding generations of their heirs continued that tradition. By the third era was defined by commerce. Nothing else, just commerce. Yeah, and there's a note in here from someone who's like, I was hoping you had the first edition and you gave me this one. Yeah, something about the fourth era specifically. King Desaletes III was a king who was often seen drinking, a sight that shocked not only the gentry in the court but the masses as well. He was renowned as the King of No One. The Epstein files when they get released. Later today, chat. Later today. Yeah, so I'm trying to buy the first edition because I think there'll be some very important stuff in there. The ballroom, the classroom. But I set my gems to 2. I spend gems to redraw. Now that I have a bunch of gems, it's dangerous, but let's try it. The study. Oh, we studying. I still don't know how to get into this safe. No picture in that frame. I said all the safes have to do with dates. Oh, hey, a pair of dice. Smasher, I hardly even know her. Yeah, and this is why I'm, you know, if you're curious why I'm taking pictures of all the rooms that have chess pieces, it's because of this. There's a chess piece with one more piece on it in the room where they created all the puzzles. Yeah, and this just looks like a note. It doesn't look like it's part of a clue. There's this globe. I've never figured out if it can do anything. All the globes just seem movable. There's a clock underneath it. It can be figured out by what's in this room. Unused pairings. Wait 1 second. So that would be G T D R N. That does not spell anything. If I mix it around, maybe. Gritton, Durton, Garton. Oh, Bam Bam? And what was the actual Okay, we solved this puzzle. Let me remember the exact words. Oh, do I have it here? I can show y'all. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. If we count small gates... The doorways are, I guess, on the blueprints. Could be small gates. The game is called Blueprints, after all. Eight dates. What else could dates be? Thursday, they mention here. I think that's just a hint if you haven't figured out the pictures yet. That's what I thought, but, you know, this... As someone said, the thing that's interesting about this game is that it makes you where you can't tell if something is a clue or you're just crazy. The windows from the shelves look like gates, but that doesn't help. I don't think they do. I can't see what's on here, though. I see an 08, it looks like. 08, and there's 2 openings. So maybe 08, 02. Nope. About 02, 08. No. I did have the weird measure textures highlighted in my screenshot folder for a long time. Oh, you're talking about like these? Where every once in a while there's something that looks like there's like individually... Where it's like, surely this thing isn't just random. It looks like there's some kind of like thing where you need to count the number of things. But I haven't the slightest idea how you would calculate this. You can point me in the right direction. Yeah, I'm not even sure where to look. Unless there's some item I haven't clicked on yet. Yeah, so if you want to at least give me like a hint as to where I should be looking in this room. I mean, I can see this. The chessboard. D8. The 8th of December. How would anyone figure that out? That's... yeah, you know. It's on row D8. Remember, the 8th of December. Holy shit, that's stupid. That's absurd. I want to talk to the person who figured that out themselves. Okay, this is note number 2. Like, it took me a while. There's the one where it's like a picture of like a thing at Christmas time. And it's like, well, Christmas is December 25th, so you know, that makes sense. Being able to like see something like that and be like, oh, clearly they're talking about Christmas or about a month. December 8th, M. You won't solve it without it. I wouldn't even consider this intelligence, you know? This is not a skill you would have to do. It's like, can you guess what the developer was thinking? I feel bad with the hand holding. I'd prefer it. M, so this is maybe our mother, Marigold. Be prepared for our plans to be set in motion in a month or two. It's all lining up, and all of our land work is about to come to all of our hard work is about to come to fruition. I've just learned that several members of the museum's guard are sympathetic to our cause. We suspect 2 more to be pure opportunists whose loyalty extends only to their coin purse. Your uncle has already agreed to let us use Mount Holly's flexible floor plan for a trial run, assuming the red print we have secured of the museum's closed exhibit is in fact accurate and up to date. We should begin these trials without delay once you arrive. If you can, within the next 2 months, fabricate some fiction that might alleviate us of the presence of the servant staff. Until we meet on the shores of White Sands, Caleb. Closed exhibit. The doors in this room are security locked. Would you like to permanently add it to your drafting pool? Well then. Best played with a guide or someone who can look stuff up. Or maybe it's like a group. Because that's the, what was it? I never liked crossword puzzles, chat, until I started playing them with a group of friends. If you have a group of friends who can all, like, work together and everyone's minds, you can, like, combine their things, crosswords can be very fun. Use a dice. Yeah, we'll take the veranda. Trying to get the green room. Oh, hey. A turnip. It's where escape rooms get their charm. A key. Well, we've already got ways to unlock keys. Let's use one on the trunk. Maybe it'll contain a key. Ooh! The secret garden key! I still don't know where the secret garden is, chat. I have a hint. I have an inkling, but I'm not exactly sure. It's secret, of course. Yeah, we're gonna use another dice. The foyer. That uses so much. Yep, one more. There's the greenhouse in, I think, the perfect position. Yeah. Ooh, and one of these, too. A metal detector. Is there anything worth doing in the foundation? Not at the moment. A torn scrap of paper. Better write this down. Compass and shovel? Yeah, I mean, I combine everything anyway. Oh, and a sledgehammer too? Oh, and a watering can. Wow. We just got every item. What's the watering can do? First time you enter the green room, use the one to gain 1. Okay. Yeah, so there's this. This, like, obvious-ass doorway. If we can get to the other side of the foundation where there's a doorway here, I think we might find something. Oh, yeah. Get an extra gem. We just need to find a way to get to the foundation. Through the chapel, perhaps. Open up your fruitcake. What? Is that a hint, or is that something else you're saying? Yeah. Oh, Sledgehammer lyrics. Gotcha. It looked like you needed a lever. I do need a lever, too. Experiment successful. Compass. And a key. Oh, I didn't... Damn it. I got distracted. I could have had another gem. Yeah, we'll do this if we need to. I don't really want to, though. Oh. There's a gem. Yeah, we'll corridor. Green rooms do not cost this to draft. Yeah, this gives us more steps. Or more room. The garage, the billiard room. Yeah, and then we'll re-roll until we get one that points north, if need be. Pool cue? No. Anything behind the counter today? No, doesn't look like it. Unless... click on all these bottles. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a bottle you pull out. Okay. What's the puzzle piece mean when drafting? There's a puzzle in that room. A repeatable one. 8. 12 divided by 4. 3, right? 9 plus 11 divided by 2. That's 20 divided by 2 is 10. 9 minus... oh no, 19 minus 11. That's 8. Times 3... 8, 16, 24 divided by 12 is 2. Oh, the key card. That opens all the electronic locks. How many steps is it to get to the laboratory, though? It's a lot. But we have 47... This costs 2, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's like half of our steps. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. Okay, this one already goes north, and that's all we needed. Damn. They saw we had the trading thing, and they're like, here, have one of every item. Yeah, we will redraw. Spare room will have to do. It does get us by. Also, what was it? This bedroom, you get two steps every time you enter it, which is basically like you go in, you go out. It just you enter it for free essentially. But the sleeping mask says the first time you enter each bedroom with the mask, you gain 5 steps. So if I go back immediately, 2 plus 5. Ah, the Cloister of Vera. Fuck, they took my 1 gem! Son of a bitch! I need 3. That would have been so good. Last gem. We gotta do the pantry. Oh, like, yeah. Special key? Doesn't fit. Had to try it. Damn. Just couldn't quite get enough. Yeah, we got the coat check gives me the broken lever to use in the greenhouse. The lever opens up the antechamber. So we could finally get in there, assuming we could get all the way around and everything. The only thing left to do at this point is to just go back and see what the trading post offers. Just so we know how it works in the future. So close, yet so far, yeah. It's just a shame where it's like, in order to even make it this far, we had to re-roll so many rooms. It seemed like determined to give us dead ends today. Toss a coin for the Witcher. Have we been to the antechamber yet? No. Like, we've reached it, but it's locked. These things, this picture is accurate. These are walls. There are switches in certain rooms that can open them, but you have to find them and then get to the antechamber. Shovel for car keys. Okay, real quick. What rooms do I have? Yeah. Shovel for car keys. A gear wrench. Huh. Lucky rabbit's foot. Watering can for 4 dice. Sledgehammer for car keys. Compass for car keys. Okay. I have never gotten the gear wrench before. What does that do? Each time you draft a gear floor plan, you may permanently chase its rarity. Now that would have been useful. Yeah, we could have used the dice before. Yeah, so once we got these, I didn't know if you would just be able to trade them for like, oh, if you get a shovel, you can trade it for a metal detector or whatever. No trade. If I come back, does it... No, it's just the same things. Hall pass. What does the hall pass do? You will not lose steps when traveling between two adjoining hallways. Hallways drafted from adjoining hallways do not cost gems to draft. Have we had the car keys before? We have. If you open up the back, there's like some gems inside, and if you open up the front, there's like a note that hints that the chauffeur was like a rum runner, like they were smuggling booze across the border. I don't know if you could actually start it. I've never gotten it while the garage was opened. Hall pass for the prism key. I believe I've gotten this before. If you unlock a door with a prism key in one of the colored rooms, you will draw a floor plan of the same color. Simon doesn't have a license, yeah. Prism key for the secret garden key. Interesting. So I wonder, do the same things always trade for the same things? Like if we come back here the next day, will the watering can always be worth 4 dice? Okay, we got ivory dice. We can't trade the ice. Okay, so the usables can't be traded. But let's say we do trade this for the car keys. Car keys can be traded for coin purse. Coin purse can be traded. Okay. Oh, interesting. So it trades out for salt. Salt shaker can be traded for key. What did you get for the rabbit food? Oh, what do you get for the rabbit foot? More dice. 3 dice, specifically. Okay. We'll do one more tonight, chat. I got one more left in me. Hall pass is for players who need to reset until they roll 7 hallways in a row. A garden villa. Yep, I just need... If this went through to the foundation, I'd finally figure out if there's a door on the other side. Maybe that's the secret garden. Was it day 31? 37. Pick up my allowance, which is now 11. It's quite a lot of allowance. Liquidate your worldly possessions for dice. The tomb. We needed to check the tomb. This will take a lot of our steps, but it might be worth it. So the tomb, we've already solved a bunch of puzzles in the tomb, chat. There's a hidden passageway. Tomb goes down. Gotta go move the death arm. Like, hey, this door opens. It's like, yeah, I remember. I've been here before. The big thing we're gonna find out... Okay. The boat's not here. The boat's on that end now. So last time... If the gear did not reset. Okay, so the gear didn't reset, but neither did the boat, is the problem. But maybe we need to lower the water again. We need to lower the water because that area is flooded. You got in here? I did. Yep, still no idea what this means. Maybe if I come here with the thing that lights torches, I can figure out. Yeah, we got here. So there's a big, like, open room where the hallway, like... Maybe I'll be able to see it from here. Fortunately, you can't push this any further. Yeah. This room. There's a big gear room. It looks like it did reset. That's strange. So the boat didn't reset, but this did. Very missed, yeah. But if you go across the boat, you come out over there, and this console can rotate the gear so that you can walk from here over to here, and this will let you raise or lower the gears. But it's like, you know, once you've set it, you can't actually do anything. Right? Like, you can only go back and forth between these two. So I raised it and called it a day, thinking if I made my way back here, it would be back down. And it's not. I know this place. This is huge progress. Oh, fuck. Where's the door? Nothing on Uncle's tomb. Yep, so we know if we can make it to another pump room. The unfortunate thing is that traversing that, right? We went from like 70 steps to like 50 almost. I didn't feel like this was huge progress because we couldn't do anything, and now the boat is stuck. Yeah. Sure. Drawing room already? No. Yeah, you know what, actually. Let's do it. Because there's a gem in here. Because we figured this out. Drawing room, we can redraw the rooms. So if we don't like what we got, because I'm trying to get the one in the corner, try again. The safes being open is such a nice quality of life change. Yeah, for certain rooms. Yeah, I think we just pantry. Oh, we've got 2 openings, though. We could just closet and hope we get, like, a gem. Ooh, a key card. That's not a gem, but that helps. Oh, were they not always open? Yeah, let's try the reading nook. Damn. Useless library. If I re-roll, does it have a chance? Will there still be a library here? I guess it's good to figure this out for later. Yeah, there is always a library. It did not change the orientation. Parlor. Yeah. We twistin'. The gems are in this box. The gems are in the box next to this box, or in a box, so either of these. The gems are in the blue box. So, if the blue box is telling the truth, then all 3 of these are telling the truth, and one of them has to lie. So this must be false. If that's false, and this must be... Oh wait, no, it doesn't necessarily. The gems could be in this box. But if this is false, and this is false... Yeah, if this is false, then necessarily the black box must also be false. Because it agrees with the blue box. And because at least one of them has to tell the truth, this one must be true, and they're not in the blue box, so they must be in the black box. Get the gems, Bentley Bear. Boo. 1 second. Turning my heater on. It reset when the power went out. Spare room? Yeah. We saved the hallway because that's one of the things I'm realizing is the rooms won't repeat. A passageway right here is pretty darn good. Sure. Especially if we get the boiler room. Boiler room today? No? Commissary's nice, though. Yeah, well, commissary. Commissary. Sledgehammer. So metal detector will just get randomly like $1 extra or 1 extra key, so that might be a good investment. Sledgehammer is only good if you find a chest, but if you do, you get a whole bunch of shit. Each room is in the card deck a certain number of times. You know my vote already. Wow! Ah, the rumpus room. Why not both, chat? Why not both? Alzera time. Oh, and a gem? No, it's a lucky rabbit's foot. Greater chance of finding items. That plus the thing would be good. All right, you ready for peak, chat?
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Faintly in the mist, I see a figure. A statue cradled in a courtyard of sentinel stone. You will find yourself one day wandering these paths, walking in the footsteps of the past, wandering and waiting, searching for a shadow that will never be cast, longing for the day to end, the hours to pass. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
12:15? I don't know. As far as I can tell, Alzera doesn't actually, like, give you actual hints. The doors in this room are security locked. But I have a card key! New room, PogChamp. New room, PogChamp. Oh. Shovel. And a new box. And a crown. Yeah, so this pretty much guarantees that Mom stole the crown. The crown jewels. They're even more cryptic than normal. More allowance, maybe. Yeah. Oh, it needs to be the red one. What happens if I press the red one? Both ones to the top and bottom go. Okay. What happens if I press this? Nothing. So if I press this. Okay, so the yellow move to an adjacent spot. Red will fill in. Interesting. We're back where we started. I see. This one I don't get at all. Yeah, now it's locked. We want all the corners to be red. So if I press this button, what happens? That moves to a free spot. If I press it again, nothing. If I press the empty spot, yellow moves over. So it looks like a yellow jumps over to free an empty spot. But I don't know why it would choose the middle one. Oh, I guess just whichever one would make it free. Yeah, like, why would it be the left one and not the middle one? Does the... Is it that the yellow always, like, moves to the left? So, like, they always move this way, but it wraps around. Yeah, it looks kind of like that. Are these questions pondering? Yeah, it looks like that. The same thing happens. If I click this one, it just turns off. If I click here, it moves to the left. And then this one moves to the right. Then it moves... Oh, is it like... You could think of it almost as if they're like spinning on a thing? Like it's always going to be yellow, blank, red. Yellow, blank, red. No, now it's blank, red, yellow. The middle moves, right? The thing about the middle, if you click the middle, then every blank spot will become red. And then, for some reason, this one becomes red. I don't know why sometimes the yellows can become red, but these can't become red now. The middle moves in a rightward direction. They don't move now, though. So if there's no yellow on either side, I'm thinking of Othello, like they jump over each other. But they don't. This one moves away. So now this one has no yellow on either side, so does it go away? Yeah, if we isolate them, then they disappear. Huh. Weird. Ah. Think of Othello. I've never played Othello. Fortunately, I cannot jump. Keycard. Library, code check. Whenever you draft another green room, gems will sprout here. Do I put this here just in case? If we find the green room, we come back. Courtyard. I should have done the other one maybe. I have a sledgehammer and a metal detector. I don't have a shovel. Sledgehammer pays off! Fuck you. Give me all your money. Reversey. I do have a shovel. Oh, it's over on the side. Okay. An old shoe. Need a security room. Oh, we don't want that. Walk-in closet, I think, is fine, because we still got 2 northward rooms. Okay, we spent a gem, we got 2 gems. There's 4 items in this room, though, right? Yeah, we got a key, 2 gems. Where's the 4th? Oh, it's the salt shaker. I didn't recognize it next to the perfumes. Yeah, I think we chapel. We got plenty of money. There's the security room. All right. I didn't expect it to be in that orientation, but it's fine. Deposit box key. I don't know if we can find that. So now that we have a key card, chat, we want to turn the security level to high, because a room locked with a key card is not locked with a key. So the more likely, we want to be more likely to run into those kinds of rooms. That way we won't be in trouble. Ooh, the laundry room or the laboratory. I forget, can I launder to get gems? Yeah, I think we're gonna try it. Why is there a digging? Oh. Oh, we already dug it up. I thought we would dig it up again. Every day there would be a diggy hole. Yeah, there is a vent in the laundry room. Okay. Swap keys with gems. All your money with gems. Money with keys. Yeah, we don't really need money, and we can get more. We need a whole bunch of gems. We don't need keys. Yeah, let's do it. We will not have to worry about gems. Okay. And if we need money, we've got that. Corridor, yeah. Corridor is always unlocked. The library is useless. Bedroom gives us a couple steps. Yeah, I think we go ahead and do this. Bought it once, tried it, was too stupid for the puzzles. Yeah, I mean, if you can't figure them out, just look stuff up. No shame in that. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, when you draft a red room, lose 5 steps, then, or immediately, Gain 1 gem, 1 key, or 1 die. Permanently add 1 gold to your allowance. Gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. Real quick. How many hallways do I have? 2. Considering how many gems I have, chat, I think we do whenever we spend 2 or more gems on a room. It'll just permanently add to the allowance, get more money. Yeah, like we've got to take the chance to get that right. Start experiment. We're in here. Room's locked. There is a diggy hole. Turnip. Salted turnip. Yeah, if you don't know, the salt shaker, it makes it so every time you get a food that gets you steps, it gives you 1 more step. A rock. This elevator, there's a room downstairs that is locked. And I don't know what kind of key I need to open it. Like a basement key, probably. Yeah, I'd rather continue. These all do kind of suck, though. It was a red-looking lock. So this goes down, so there's a possibility it runs into the passageway and we just make a loop. Alternatively, we could do this and hope we get something on the passage. Unusual and rare rooms are more common. Yeah, I think we just boudoir. At this point, we want as many opportunities to draft as possible. We have not used the 3-way hallway yet, so we still got room for that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Ballroom, there we go. Oh, the dining room. Dining room gives us 2 options. But this permanently adds 1 to our allowance. Oh, but it sets our gems to 2. Yeah, we can't do that. Then we would be screwed. Yeah, we want to go through this bottom one first. There we go. Cloister of Vera. Your allowance has been raised. An old shoe. A turnip with salt. Who don't like a salty turnip from time to time? Sounds like an innuendo or something. Okay, and this is... Find 8 piles of dirt in every room with a fireplace you draft from this cloister. Ah, okay. I thought it was like every previous one. Okay, well this can be a dead end. So if there's a room with a fireplace here. Kitchen, pantry. We don't have any money, so we might as well pantry it up. Hall of Mirrors we don't want and doesn't do much. A salty banana! Okay. Yeah, and I'm basically just trying to see, like, we want to make sure we can go through this way, and if this is, like, all dead ends, then we have the upper dining room. It needs a lot of setup. It does. Garage. We are low on keys. And this, we already have a doorway up to that, so we might as well spend a gem, get 3 keys. A rock. Watch out, oil stain. Good thing we got more keys. We're gonna be gambling, chat. Dark room. It's the only one that continues. But once you go in the dark room, everything gets dark. We will not be able to see what we're drafting out of here. Trying to think of all the 2 gem rooms. I think this is, if nothing else, we add to our thing. And there aren't any red rooms that are 2 gems. I think most of them are like hallways. Okay, good. Go into the foyer. Look at all the statues. Only one door to go into. The vault. The vault, chat. We have the vault key. But that would mean a dead end. We can vault and dead end, or we can bedroom and perhaps keep going. Worth, to be honest. Current progress or meta progress. It's like we get the $40, but what does that do for us? Yeah. I've got to hope it's something good. We have the money, but nothing to do with it. Yep, December 13th. Yeah, also, I didn't notice that before. Do I have a picture of the vault? Well, we're going to sort these by name. Okay, it's always sorted by name. Okay. Stupid box in the way. Give me 1 second. Yep, this is Vault White Rook. Do you have the bookstore in this run? No. Okay, what is this? 149? My allowance is raised by 2. Passport Fen Aries. It's Mom's passport. Okay. This might be a clue. So let's go ahead. First of all, let's take a picture. I assume the front, this is just lore stuff, but we might need to know. Passport front. And then passport inside. Diplomatic pass, 5-4. Like, there's so many numbers and things. FA815544. We know Mom's date of birth now. And there's this at the top. I something. I don't know. Yep, who knows? Maybe if we continued, we might have found, like, a greenhouse. ID, lol. Yeah, and there's nowhere else to go, right? Strange. We almost filled in the entire thing. Chess piece, then room. What was it? I name it after the room alphabetically so that when I'm keeping track of what I've gotten and what I haven't, I can tell which rooms I have. Like, if it's going alphabetically, then I know, like, hey, I've got the vault one. Doesn't the chapel let you essentially bank it? It is... Yeah, it's a roundabout way. Yeah, I was going to go off and be like, and we'll toss one into the thing, but now that I think about it... Didn't even notice this. Religion is helpful. Okay, it let me go through another couple days. Might be a little bit different. Losing steps and coins, yeah. A sizable manner. Religion is an investment. Oh, I should stop. I got things I need to get ready for tomorrow. 99 steps. I am curious what my allowance is up to. We'll at least see that before the end of the day. Do-do. Do-do. $18! We've got so much money now, chat. One more rank and free dinner, yeah. That makes things... You know, it used to be early in the game, if you see a commissary, it's like, I ain't spending a gem on that. There's nothing in there. And now it's like, well, shit. I can buy everything in the commissary. Good progress. Yeah, we've made meta promise. Joe's tomorrow Masochist? Correct. We will be playing Masochist tomorrow. Schoolhouse. 8 classrooms to today's drafting pool. I mean, this isn't going to count because we're just going to turn it off here in a second, but I am curious. I consider me the Lightsworn Paladin. Ooh, documents. Oh, that's a lot. I ain't reading all that tonight. Drawer's been taken out. Okay. Maybe there's a clue hidden on that. We'll see if we open it up actually next time. For now, I'm gonna quit. I'm not even gonna save and quit. I'm just gonna leave. We saved before. But thank you all for coming out. I hope you had a fun time on this non-Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. As I said before, tomorrow will be Masochist. I also might be doing that thing with Wham Bam if I can get it to work. And I think that's about all I got, you know. If you want more Hardleg stuff, have I mentioned The Legend of Lefty lately? That's my audiobook, the novel I worked on. You can watch that on my channel for free. Parts 1 and 2 are both out. They're like 8 hours long. Each one of them. It's crazy. Go check that out. For now, we're going to get going. I think I'll leave you off with someone doing Master Duel.